And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, again, another day, another exciting times right now happening here, ladies and gentlemen, with the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship taking place right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, and the biggest esports and gaming festival, Gamers 8. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the very talented Wajih. كيف الحال؟
يا أهلا وسهلا فيك أخوي براء، شكرا لك، أسعد الله أوقاتكم، حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بيوم جديد ولعبة مختلفة في هذا اليوم في بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية هنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية. صراحة كلنا متشوقين ومتحمسين في هذه اللعبة، لعبة كاونتر سترايك أو CSGO بشكل مختصر. صراحة أخوي براء كلنا متحمسين وجاهزين بعد ما شفنا المباريات الماضية والألعاب الماضية، لكن اللعبة الختامية بتكون معانا في هذه الأيام لعبة CSGO.
يعطيك العافية، صح كلامك. You are absolutely right. CSGO is gonna be a lot of hype, a lot of excitement.
أكيد.
But you know what I'm looking forward to? Our casters. Have you seen who they brought, man?
ما شفنا الكاستر سواء العرب أو الأجانب، فكلنا متشوقين نسمع منهم التعليق وتحليل الأقيام برضو.
They are unbelievable. You know, in my Dragon Ball terms, they're over 9,000, like Super Saiyan mode. I mean, these guys can leap buildings and they can stop bullets. That's how good they are.
سواء كان الحماس من الجمهور، ترى حتى الجمهور إذا ما تدري مو بس الكاسترز والمعلقين، الجمهور أيضا واللي خلف الشاشات كلهم متحمسين ومتشوقين إن نبدأ في مباريات اليوم. بتكون معنا دوري المجموعات أو الجروب ستيج، بعدها بنشوف مين اللي بيكون المتأهل معنا للبلاي أوفس أو النهائيات الكبيرة. فأعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نتعرف على أخواني المعلقين، بعدها نبتدي فيها المباراة.
يعطيك العافية. Now we're gonna pass it on.
One purpose. One dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Welcome to the last Seven Nations Cup for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. It's time for the Asian Championship to begin. It's Gamers 8, it's IESF, and most importantly, it is Riyadh, baby. I'm T-Time, joined by none other than Faraz. Well, Daddy, bro, Faraz, no one I'd rather be standing here than with you right now.
Absolutely, man. It's a very, very exciting time, a very important tournament, and of course, some incredibly exciting teams that have made it here. You know, this is something I was a little bit worried about, right? Oftentimes in these national cups, sometimes things can get a little one-sided, but the competition over here has been crazy. All of these teams have been stacked, and they've been going neck and neck.
Absolutely, and look, the competition over here matters so much. It's not just about the fact that it is the Asian Championships. Obviously, the top 6 teams from the tournament will be moving forward to the Global IESF Championship to be held later on in beautiful Romania over in August. So a lot of competition going to be going on over here for these teams. Obviously, national cups, national teams is not really something we've seen as much of in Counter-Strike, especially in recent history. So it's great that IESF is actually able to bring it all together. And through the help of Gamers 8, the fact that it is being held on land, the Asian Championship being on land, that's massive.
That is absolutely massive. I mean, it completely changes the dynamic, right? Especially when we were going through the online qualifiers, the dynamic was completely different from what I saw here on land yesterday. The emotions, the players, everything, it seemed like things were starting to change. And you know, a lot of expected results that we had in our mind completely whisked away.
And look, the other thing to also just keep in mind, obviously, for us, is that Asia is such a difficult continent. It's such a difficult region to get right because there's so many ping issues, there's so many server issues. Our big teams are never able to get involved because the Levant teams are trying to play in Europe when really they should be playing up against the Asians. The East Asian teams in Mongolia and the like are always having struggles if you have to try and play the rest of Asia qualifier because it's Singapore servers. And the fact that Gamerside has enabled this to actually be a LAN qualifier is fantastic. We do not get many LAN tournaments in Asia outside of China, and the fact that we've got this one over here, I mean, we're going to see the teams list in just a second as well, but the teams that are being represented here, we've got Uzbekistan, Iran, we've got so many countries that we otherwise would never be able to see, and actually, why don't we actually bring up those very teams?
Absolutely. Now, you know, one of the biggest problems we've had, as you've mentioned, is that there's never been a unifying yardstick in terms of tournaments when it comes to Asia, right? But here we've got it. We've got both the groups now. In Group A, we've got Saudi Arabia, Vietnam, Iran, India, and Uzbekistan. And in Group B, we've got Indonesia, Mongolia, Australia, Pakistan, and Palestine. So some incredibly stacked teams here, T-Time. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm thinking that we've already had some matches, and obviously we'll show that later on, but even if you were just looking at the face value, this is going to be so difficult to actually get right, considering that Palestine is such a strong country in Counter-Strike, generally been unrepresented by comparison. Also, you've got Pakistan coming in, which has always struggled to make it to these tournaments. Last year as well, at last year's IESF, they couldn't qualify in the South Asian qualifier over India. This year, obviously, India is there on the other side of the groups as well. But this is really a big showing coming out as far as all the countries collected. In particular, I'm excited to see Indonesia as well. That's obviously a region that has seen such a sharp drop-off ever since Valorant has come in. Great to see the Southeast Asian market also sort of being brought back in a little bit.
Yeah, and honestly, there have been a lot of players, you know, they've left for different games and all that. So there are big shoes left to fill, but the players that have come through haven't disappointed me at all. I mean, the Team Indonesia, they've done an incredible job. They've got some incredible talent. We've got Mongolia, on the other hand, who, well, historically, you know, they've had a much deeper run in CS, but it's crazy that Mongolia has stuck it out and made it this far. I mean, their lineup is so damn young, T-Time, and they are completely dominating everybody within the region, and I think they want to continue that streak right here.
Well, listen, man, we're going to be talking more about Mongolia later on, but before that, let's take a look at the first group as well. Obviously, Group A's got some stacked teams. India, unfortunately, not having done so well so far, but obviously a country with a lot of interesting things going on so far because of these new leagues that are being announced there and whatnot as well. Obviously, we had a lot of high hopes from them, but unfortunately, it looks like they might be the first team that we have to check out of the tournament. Vietnam comes in as a big surprise, though. The 2 wins are nice to see, not too unexpected. Vietnam's always been a great country for Counter-Strike, but more interesting is the fact that they actually managed to beat Saudi Arabia as well yesterday, which is obviously one of the better countries within the championship, one would think on paper.
Yeah, and on the bottom side of the bracket, right, India, they've really been struggling, you know, heading into this tournament, knowing that they still had a 3-man core. They expected the results to be a lot better, but it's been a struggle throughout. So many different situations yesterday. Obviously, that was off stream, so like there's not a whole lot of context for some of the viewers, but I'll provide it. India, they had so many situations where it just kind of seemed like they were losing advantageous situations. The tilt factor was coming in. So some teams that maybe expected themselves to potentially be at the top of the board, that's not happened.
You know, I mean, for what I saw, obviously, and what you mentioned, India losing out so many anti-clutch rounds especially, but Group B is also where a lot of interesting things transpired because Australia actually took a knee initially. Australia should be on paper with Mongolia, one of the 2 best countries for Counter-Strike in Asia, if the previous majors are anything to go by. But Australia took a knee to Pakistan early on, but despite that, Pakistan was unable to actually come through and close versus Palestine, which gave Palestine their only win as well. So this is a very mixed bag so far. These matches today are going to be everything.
Yeah, and I think in terms of optics, in terms of face value, people were expecting Australia, other than Mongolia, sort of to be the top dogs on the server, right? But it's been interesting, you know, Pakistan, they came out swinging, they beat Australia, then Australia beats Palestine, and then Palestine comes all the way back and completely throws a spanner in the works and annihilates Pakistan. So I'm not sure how that happens, but yeah, it has absolutely been a mixed bag of treats.
Yeah, we kind of got creamed over there, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Palestine just completely destroyed them. But hey, that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. Right now, obviously, we've got a lot of great matches for you guys today as well. Every single team in Group B is still up for contention. There's theoretically some Doctor Strange universe where maybe India can also get out from Group A. But when I say Doctor Strange, I feel like there would literally need to be just some dude in a cape flying in to help me figure out the odds for that. So I'm going to stay away from that topic for just a while longer. What's interesting, though, is going to be Iran and Uzbekistan in Group A. Uzbekistan obviously not having the most games. Iran as well, not being able to play out too many. But it does seem like those two could be some surprise factors coming in for us.
Absolutely, and I think Uzbekistan is a bit of a dark horse because there hasn't been much data on the squad, right? They completely destroyed in their qualifiers. So heading into this tournament, none of the teams actually had much preparation, much of an idea of what to expect when it came to this roster. So Uzbekistan can definitely be a bit of a surprise for, well, throughout this tournament, I would say.
I mean, to be honest, it's surprising the fact that they even qualified in a region with Kazakhstan. And you've got to remember, right, Kazakhstan has got major winners in their country. Yeah. Obviously, Hobbit's not going to be in the contention because he's off playing in Cloud9, but this is still a very dominant region in Tier 2 Counter-Strike historically. They've had K23, they've had the famous Gambit, obviously, is what I'm referring to. This should be a region that just smoked out Uzbekistan, but surprisingly enough, some big wins coming out in that qualifier as well, and let's see whether they can translate through onto LAN, because that is one of the big questions right now for us, is that for these teams, a lot of them have next to no LAN experience.
Yeah, and you know, going back to what we were talking about India, that's something that ended up transpiring when it came to like the odds being stacked against India. So many times where they were missing out on crucial shots, 1vx's, all these situations, you would really expect them to be able to pull it over the line, but that simply didn't happen. And I was talking to the players, and a lot of it just came down to, you know, we had everything on point, we had them read out, but we whiffed shots, we couldn't shoot them in the back. Everything was all over the place, and that is where that LAN experience comes in.
Oh, absolutely. And when you're talking about LAN experience, there's no team anywhere close to how experienced the Team Mongolia is actually coming onto it, because you've got to remember, obviously, they've got 9 in Bartek, which a lot of you guys back home will know about, right? 9 in Bartek, most famously having played for IESF and the Mongols, respectively. Pretty much the same team, but whatever. And beyond that, now what I have to tell you is they've also got the big, young up-and-comer from Mongolia. Very controversial figure right now. Did run into some trouble with NKT, from what I know. But Senzu is a prodigy of Counter-Strike, and he's someone who a lot of players have been looking out towards. Even Kaz, interestingly enough, is actually the player who has coached IET in the past. And before, when they were Checkmate, he was actually playing with them. So Kaz is legacy Mongolia player as well. So the level of experience in this team is honestly unparalleled throughout the entire tournament.
And it's such a deadly combo as well, right? Because we know we've got the experience of 2 players that have been contending for majors and all that, and then they've got the young lineup that they can very easily sort of grow into potentially a team that can really cause some damage on the international stage.
Well, let's take a look at them coming out on the stage right now. It'll be Indonesia versus Mongolia to start things off. Let's take a look at these players.
شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين، ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى. كلنا صراحة متحمسين ومتشوقين أن نشوف مباريات لعبة كاونتر سترايك أو CSGO. فأخوي براء، حابين ننطلق في أول مواجهة ونتعرف على المنتخبات.
يعطيك العافية وجيه, and we are ready for the first match happening here in the first day here at the Gamers Aid IESF Asian Championship. فجاهز يا وجيه؟
كلنا جاهزين يا براء.
Ana Jahez, everybody's ready right now. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for the first team getting here right now with the hype. Let's hear for Indonesia.
تحية قوية لمنتخب إندونيسيا. منتخب اندونيسيا داخلين بكامل التجهيزات، وكلهم متحمسين اكيد في اول مواجهه واول مباراه في هذا اليوم، ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. حيوا معانا بمنتخب منغوليا.
And Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for the second team happening right now. Let's hear for Mongolia!
أعزائي المشاهدين، أول مباراة تنطلق معنا لهذا اليوم بين منتخب إندونيسيا ضد منغوليا. أكيد كلنا متحمسين في هذه المباراة، بالذات أنها أول مواجهة في دوري المجموعات، فخلونا نتوجه لأخوان المعلقين ونبتدي فيها في أول مباراة لهذا اليوم.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. And ladies and gentlemen, right now let's hear it as we're going to have Mongolia going against Indonesia. Now, passing it on to our amazing casters. Fire it up!
Call me amazing, please. Again, one more time. He called me a Super Saiyan last time. Now he's calling me amazing. I'm loving the treatment we're getting in Riyadh, but the treatment that Indonesia is going to be getting in Riyadh might be a little bit rougher than what I'm getting right now for us.
Absolutely. I mean, Mongolia is such a difficult opponent, right? And to go up against them after your first win, that's at least a little bit of a confidence booster, right? Because that's kind of the leeway that Pakistan got yesterday. They beat Australia and they started feeling a little bit confident, but then they unfortunately ended up dropping the ball. Now, is that going to happen to Indonesia? Well, we're about to find out soon.
Well, let's find out what the players in Indonesia are thinking, and more importantly, what they are actually, because obviously, like you mentioned, a lot of the big Indonesian players have actually dropped out of Counter-Strike. There's been a lot of, pastures that they thought were greener, but not quite so much for my money. But yeah, I mean, I know you've definitely got a lot of history with that particular side of the world.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia, especially, I was also casting the qualifiers for this tournament. So the thing is, Indonesia is one of those teams that has an incredibly high ceiling, but it can be very iffy on the basis of how their AWP is performing, right? So Waste of Ammo, he's an incredible player, can be incredibly calm in so many difficult situations, but when he stops hitting the shots, his entire team can often feel very immobilized. And that is something that is going to be very difficult to take care of if you're in the side of Indonesia, because Mongolia is a team that can often play that very freestyle setup because they have all of that individual confidence going for them, right? So if that AWP is being caught out time and time again, they could be in big trouble.
Especially when you're considering who he's going up against, right? In Mongolia, you've got two players who both have picked up the AWP. I'm assuming Yami is probably going to be the one wielding it in this lineup. But both Nine and Yami have been so deadly, even on the international stage, where Nine has been playing a fantastic roll-up every time he went to the majors and whatnot. He knew how to play supportive AWPing to a T. So you put him down on an angle, he's not going to be missing. Even on NKT, that was what his role defaulted out to, and Senzu's AWPing wasn't entirely working out for them. Similarly, Yami, I mean, this guy's a prodigy, but Indonesia's roster is what I want to focus in on right now, because there is actually quite a bit of chemistry between these players. You look at Marcia, you look at Waste of Ammo, you look at Sandman, all of these players have at some point played together on teams, and even as recently as Nexka, the next generation of aces over in the ESL Challenger League Asia side of things, we've seen a lot of representation from this particular lineup, from this particular squad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And something that we've often seen in a lot of these Asian teams is that they're going to have the problem of not really being able to fire on all cylinders, because they have to make some sacrifices to be able to get like a top tier IGL, or at least top tier within the region. That's not really been an issue for Indonesia, because Sandman is definitely a fragging IGL Titan.
And look, that's something that defines what you need versus Mongolia, because to be honest, the only way you win against Mongolia is if all 5 of your players can pop off. And why don't we actually bring up the Mongolian lineup as well, so that I can really impress onto you just how good these guys are, because obviously, Bartek's 9, we don't need to talk too much about them. Yami might genuinely end up being the best AWPer in Asia, and he was AWPing IGLing at the RMR when Blast was holding it as recently as when he was on Eruption and everything as well. Yami's been such a big come up. A lot of people were speculating about whether or not he would be the one being called into the Mongols to replace Annihilation. Obviously, they ended up with going with 910 instead, but this is obviously a big chance for him to actually get that international experience. If they're able to qualify for Romania, if they're able to win out over here and get a good seed, man, Yami's going places.
Absolutely, and Yami has the perfect conditions right now to sort of step up, or at least kickstart that LAN career, right? Because he's got the experience of 9 and Bartek around him. So if there's any nerves, if there's any experience that's lacking simply because he's a relatively younger player, those holes are going to be filled because he's got all of that talent around him.
And especially when you were talking about talent, how can you forget Senzu, right? This guy's rifling, AWPing, deagling, USBing. Am I missing it? He's probably going to be knifing someone in the server as well, to be honest, with how he's been going. But this is a player who I am just terrified of right now.
Yeah, and he's what, 16 years old?
Yeah.
So there is so much potential, right? And for players that young and that new to the scene, you're literally going to see massive developments within like 6 months to a year, right? Their gameplay is going to have so much evolution. So even between this time and by the time, you know, if they're able to qualify to Romania, you could see that gameplay step up even more, right? So already somebody that has incredible talent and even more potential to boot.
But here's the thing, right? With that incredible talent comes, I'm so sorry, Spider-Man, but I've got to say it, it comes great responsibility. And that responsibility means that, you know what, you're in Riyadh, you're in a different country completely, you're seeing this beautiful arena out in front of you, you've got so much pressure on your shoulders because he's going to be given those flashes to peek out with. He's going to be given every opportunity he's going to be set up for. And guess what? That's when 16-year-olds sometimes do crumble. And we've seen this from even the best of players. You know, you look over to your Brolans, your Frozens, your Ropses of the world. It is difficult to go into an arena, to go into a different country, to be off on your sleep cycle and everything. This is a tough time to actually start to figure out how you're going to be making all of this happen.
Yeah, now at least the bit of leeway that he's got is that he's playing against national lineups, right? So he's not playing against 5 stacks that have been together for years, which is a bit of an advantage. You know, you kind of have leeway if you're making a little bit of mistakes, and the tiny mistakes that teams would generally punish, they might be left unpunished, which is where his talent is going to be allowed to shine.
And look, when you're looking over towards the Indonesian side as well, Indonesia especially is just such an incredibly high firepower team for us that if you are going to be going mano a mano, just full on head-to-head, it's going to be a rough time for you, right? It's going to be just trying to make sure that, hey, you're not getting caught up by a flash and everything, and you're talking about it's a national lineup, it might be easier. Is it really, though? Because there is going to be all that extra chemistry that is missed out in international lineups. You're not going to have the research. There are 0 demos on this team. Trust me, I know. I've been looking for them. I couldn't find anything to prep with. But if I can't find anything, I guarantee you Team Mongolia can't either, because, and here's where I've got the inside scoop, Team Mongolia wasn't even completely sure about their lineup till about a week ago, right? This is not entirely the lineup that managed to qualify through. They obviously selected some different players, and there was still some flux about a player or two in this team, so I can almost guarantee that this team is coming in with very little practice. I've already gotten word from the inside to some extent that, hey, calling duties are being shared somewhat. You know, there's some calls coming out from Yami, some from Nines, obviously a lot of experience, but guess what that means? In chaos, there can be madness.
Absolutely. Now, for Indonesia, I think the reason anybody would undersell a team against Mongolia is because so far Mongolia have dominated, right? Yes, they haven't gotten to play all that much, but the expectation is there for Mongolia to be completely dominant within the group. Now, I think that's still a bit of I think it's a bit of an oversell, right? You've mentioned that there have been lineup changes. The other teams have the advantage of prep. And of course, when you've got a lineup like Indonesia that has the potential to fire on all cylinders, everyone popping off, this could still be Mongolia potentially going down.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, listen, this is where I also have to even go back towards what the IEM Fall qualifiers last year that were being held for the RMR for, I believe it was the Brazilian RMR. But hey, man, like my memory's a little bit foggy on that one. Nexka was actually going up against the Mongols, and that's where Waste of Ammo was just popping off. But Sandman as well on Nexka, his calling was just fantastic. The reads he was getting, it was just unreal. And that's where this map pool has to go away from Inferno. If you're Team Mongolia, listen, man, I know Bartek loves Inferno. I know Yami loves Inferno. I know Nine loves Inferno. I know Senzu loves Inferno. I don't know what Kaz loves, I'm going to be honest, because he hasn't played in a while, but he probably loves Inferno too. You don't want to play Inferno against Indonesia. No, you do not.
I mean, I'm not too sure about this, to be honest, because both of these teams have their inherent advantages, right? I mean, Mongolia, they obviously have that bit of an advantage of having a top opper, which is going to really allow them to mobilize themselves around areas of the map on Inferno. But then you've got the chemistry of Indonesia as well. So I'm not sure what I put more weight on personally. Do I put more weight on the individual prowess and just the general gameplay of Mongolian players, or do I put some more water in the bucket of Indonesia, where they've got that team chemistry.
Look, man,
going.
I'm going to take that bucket and tip it all out over you right now because it's not about who's the best op or who's the best this or who's the best that. It's about the fact that Mongolia is a massive overdog in this. Let's not understate that. Don't give them their one win condition. Right? Don't give them that one map where the calling is going to be great from Sandman, where Waste of Ammo's got all his 70,000 flashes set up for his initial peaks for the CT side, where they have a record of doing well up against opposition that is better than them. Just ban that away. Even in the qualifiers, for all 3 best of 3s that Indonesia played, they first pick Inferno. I do not want to see that map coming out. And unfortunately, as you can see on the screens right now, guys, there's a little bit of Inferno on the server, and I'm getting a little bit hot and bothered about this.
Now, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but we had a similar situation with Pakistan, right? Pakistan, they have been dominant on Mirage throughout the local qualifiers, throughout any qualifiers they've played. They've been completely annihilating on Mirage. But then things did eventually turn around against them. There's a reason they're not at the top of the scoreboard. They've ended up losing Mirage. They've lost out in Inferno. So I don't particularly put all my faith in just the veto. But of course, Mongolia is a different beast.
I mean, listen, dude, there's also the thing to keep in mind that Pakistan, who is Pakistan playing? I'm talking about 3 of Indonesia's players playing on the ESL Challenger League, playing against the top Asian teams, playing against the Mongols, playing against IHC, playing against Eruption, playing against Clutch Gaming, playing against Rare Atom, right? These are not teams that Pakistan is facing. To be perfectly frank, as a Pakistani, I can say that, hey, we face these teams in an official, I will just be, I'll be over the moon. But I'm not. I'm here in Riyadh, which is better, to be honest. But regardless, honestly, what's going on in the moon anyway. But the point still stands. I'm really disappointed in this veto coming through. And I get it. Mongolia, they want to lean into their strengths. They want to lean into their comfort zone. Because, you know, this is a lineup that hasn't practiced. All of these guys do have their own teams as well. All of these guys do have their own sort of domestic scene to also think about where they're salaried and whatnot. It's not easy to just shift away, but at the same time, and I just wish this could have even been something like a Mirage. Hell, maybe even something like an Ancient would have been perfectly fine by me, where it's still firepower based, but it's not as comfortable for the other side.
Now, of course, it is time to zoom out a little bit and put the lens on Indonesia instead, right? Because we've been talking about Mongolia being the overdog, but now it's time to talk about how this entirely favors the underdog, right? Because we were talking about win conditions. If Indonesia want to beat out potentially the strongest team in this qualifier, they've got it, right? They need to fire on all cylinders. They've got a chance on a map that they will be comfortable on. So they kind of have no excuses, right? You know, you talk about all the issues within Asian CS, but we're right here. They've got the win conditions. We're here on LAN, and it's time to get it done.
I've got an excuse.
What's your excuse?
They're playing Mongolia.
I mean,
listen,
not a real excuse.
That's a great excuse. I'm sorry. But just to add on to your point as well, this is also a round-robin system, right? So round-robin system, for those of you back home who are maybe a little bit less aware, you have to play every single team in your groups, and you basically need, in this group of 5, you need 2 games to guarantee that you're going through to the playoffs. Every team in the playoffs is going through to Romania as well. So Mongolia is probably sitting quite comfortable. If there's any point to get them off guard, this is where they're saying, hey, whatever, we're probably going to qualify anyway. We saw Australia losing to Pakistan, and we thought that was our only real opposition. So, hey, dude, if Australia is losing to Pakistan, we can probably smoke them as well. Palestine, we've already taken them down. What's going on? This can't be too hard for us, right? So I'm definitely seeing a world where, in the mind, there's a little bit more relaxation. You're not on elimination. You've still got some space to work around with. Mongolia could be chilling, but that's where Indonesia could scoop in.
I do think that the discomfort of knowing that the Mongolian lineup has shifted around a little bit is going to put them on edge and still put them in a position where they're not taking any risks. They're not really relaxing at any point because they've got that worry in the back of the head that, hey, we're not actually a fully cohesive team. Things can fall apart, and best of ones can be very fickle.
Okay, but I will just let you know, I did have a chat with them earlier on, and they do look pretty comfortable. They are just saying, yeah, we're honestly just going to smoke everyone. We're just better, and we're going to show that we're better. So, yeah, I think the entire point about, hey, maybe they're worried. Oh, no, it's Kaz. He's coming back in to competitive play. What's going to be going on here and there? They're really not.
I mean, players say that all the time, though. Every player you would talk to outside on a venue, they would say, yeah, we're super comfortable. But they're like, no, this is fine. The world is not on fire. I'm totally okay. So, I would take that with a bit of a grain of salty time.
Well, listen, obviously we've talked to death about what map they're on. We've talked to death about these lineups as well. I do want to quickly go back towards discussing the overall group, and I think we might be able to get a graphic up for that. I'm sure I'll have someone in production telling me in my ear that we can't. But hopefully we can get a quick scores check out for Group B as well, because it's very important to keep in mind that Palestine and Pakistan also both still have win conditions that are reliant on other teams right now. Right?
Yeah.
So when you're looking at this entire group, those two teams want both Indonesia and Mongolia to go forward, and then you want to see, okay, Australia losing every single one of their games, and then maybe you have a three-way tie for the bottom, and then maybe Pakistan and Palestine have a chance to make it through based on their last games and what round difference that they're going to have. So if you can sort of tell where I'm going with this, there's a world where we could have a three-way tie in 2, 3, and 4. Rather, 3, 4, and 5 if things shape out the way that they could right now for us.
But both Pakistan and Australia, all three of the bottom teams can still end up winning out one game, right? So yes, they can be in a position where they'd be reliant on the round difference, but they're not there yet. Now, we can't say the same about Team India, right? Because they've already lost 3 games. So for them to be in a tie, they would also have to have another opponent that has 3 losses, and then we can maybe discuss the round difference. So
you'd have to need 2 opponents who have 3 losses, because obviously there's more. I've got my book out, right? I'm running all the numbers right now, guys. So for India, they need 2 opponents who have 3 losses. But yeah, so Pakistan and Palestine a little bit more possible on that side of everything. But this is going to be a rough time. That's sort of what I'm getting at. But why take a look at my notebook when we can just show you guys the actual graphic as well? Obviously, we've got Group A as well to consider. A lot of matches for that going to be coming up. The second game of the day is also going to be from Group A. So that's there to be keeping an eye out for. That'll be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also inaugurating on home soil. Got to be kind of wild to actually come through back here, play the Asian Championship, and just be like, hey, Mom, what's good?
Yeah, definitely. Now, the Group A standings, definitely a lot bloodier than the Group B standings, right? It's been kind of even Steven, but for India, things haven't been that great. For Iran, things have been, well, palatable, because they've only played.
Ooh.
Because I mean they've only lost 1 game, and then they get a chance, they get a bit of room to breathe. So yeah, still a lot of unanswered questions on the side of Group A.
And look, one of the big unanswered questions was actually Vietnam going into this, because Vietnam, so just for those of you at home, obviously, I know the ping situation is something I'm going to focus on, but it's obviously a big matter that I've been pushing forward. Vietnam gets very poor ping, even to the Southeast Asian region. So even Hong Kong's fantastic for them, which is where most people play. So the player from Vietnam, who most players might know, is Hatred, who's had a season of ESL Challenger League as well. And Hatred has been, he's been a bit of a stud, I'll be honest. I've been really looking forward to seeing whether he can actually have moments like these to prove themselves. And the fact that Vietnam took down Saudi is just massive, right? Saudi Arabia obviously is actually able to play and scrim against European teams as well. They have so many players who've got so much experience. You know, you've got Vach, you've got Oscar. These are some fantastic names, some household names for the Middle East. The fact that Vietnam comes in and smokes them is very surprising to me.
Yeah, and that's sort of been a recurring theme for Asia, right? That there's generally never been that unifying yardstick, as I talked about, and the IESF Asian Championship is a breath of fresh air in that regard. All of these teams, oftentimes, they've got different players that they're practicing against. Obviously, Mongolia practicing towards the Asian region, and then Saudi players often getting a chance to practice against the European region. So with that big disparity, you would really not categorize them as the same region, because the type of players they're playing against is entirely different. They're not playing the same CS, even if they are geographically being categorized into the same region. So this is great. We can finally put them under one umbrella, and we can see them battle out on LAN.
Obviously, this is huge. This is beautiful to see, especially when you even shade in some more context about the fact that you never really get to see the tier 2 style of Asia, or when I say tier 2, I just mean outside of the top 3, go up against some of these teams from sort of West Asia, which are able to play on European servers, which are able to play against European teams as well. And the fact that they're coming here and succeeding is it's just gorgeous to see. Obviously, best of threes is where a lot of this is going to capitalize into, because you have to be aware of the idea that the map pool and everything is going to be very different. But yeah, that's definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and well, you talked about best of threes, right? Right now, for any team to make it through, you know, they've got a bit of leeway in that best of one. If you want to surprise a team like Team Mongolia, this is absolutely the time to get it done. So you're not really going to have much wiggle room when it comes to the later stage in the tournament.
Yeah, and later on, obviously, Mongolia coming into the best of threes with their map pool is going to still be a question mark, because that's where the mix factor really actually comes into play, right? That's where you don't really know if those nuke rotations are on point. You don't really know if everyone knows the Anubis utility, because who does? But you know, there's obviously a lot of these question marks around a newly formed mix, which become a lot more relevant when you're away from the old Mirage Inferno, Dust 2 once upon a time, but obviously now more ancient combination. So I'm really curious to see how Mongolia will actually survive going into the best of threes as well. But I have gotten word that we should be going back to the game in about a minute or so, so don't worry about that, guys. We're not going to have to stand here and waffle for too long. Indonesia, however, needs to get a really good seed to come out of this group. And the only way they're able to do that is if they actually end up beating Mongolia over here. They do not have easy, breezy opponents for the rest of it. Every opponent at this point onwards for them in this group is still potentially a deadly one.
Absolutely. Now, the thing, you know, we've been focusing on just difficulties for Indonesia overall, but it's important for us to realize that although Mongolia, you know, they've got the players, they've got the metal and all that, they still have to get past the potential IGL of Sandman, right? He's the fragging IGL, and I think he's going to be one of the massive win conditions heading into this game, because there is still a good chance that he can still out IGL them, because he's got the advantage of having that chemistry on his roster. He's got the advantage of playing against a relatively mixed lineup. So if there's anything that can get it done, it has to be the IGL leading by force.
Oh, it's absolutely the IGL and the AWP is where all of the question marks will be around. But beyond that, I'm also really looking forward to seeing Inzane on the server as well. And I won't lie, it's a little bit selfish, but we can talk about that selfishness later on, because I do believe that we're going to be heading into the game shortly. But Inzane, on the point that I was mentioning, Inzane's actually been a player who I've been keeping an eye out on. And while Lady, interestingly enough, you've actually played on a team that went up against Inzane in the Asian region as well, where he just absolutely smoked you guys. This was, I believe, a 1916 Dust 2, where Inzane had like 45 frags. So all I'm saying is, if he does really well over here, you get validated for not being a garbage player.
Yeah, but I do think we should be going to the game live now. I think I might have seen the knife round for a second.
A second is accurate.
Yeah, a second is very, very accurate. We're still, I think, sorting this out. Shouldn't be too long before we head into the game, though.
Yeah, I heard that there were some wiring issues that were perhaps going on and the like, and yeah, so we've got our little mice there trying to figure everything out. So yeah, shout out to them, shout out to the tech team as well, obviously. But Indonesia, like you said, getting into it all. It's time for the knife round. It's time to see who gets to start off on the CT side. And it's time to start the broadcast off for Riyadh's IESF. The game is 8 International Esports Federation Asian Championships.
Knife round being won by Team Mongolia. Very interested in seeing what side they want to start on. You know, it's been kind of iffy. A lot of teams have been straight up picking into that T side, but then also there's the comeback. There's the comeback mechanic of, you know, wanting to be on the T side on the second half sometimes. So it's always interesting to see what teams prefer that.
I've literally never seen a team pick the T side. I'm not going to lie to you, for us. This seems like a very much an issue.
You've not casted enough CCT.
Well, listen. I am very curious to see what Indonesia can put together on the T side. Obviously, that's where, like you mentioned, the IGL will be much more of a factor. We're not going to see waste of ammo, maybe get to the same antics and get to the same level, perhaps. But let's sort of take a look and see. It still does seem like there are some tech issues going on the server. We'll have those resolved pretty damn soon. And as you can see, it should be there now. I think someone just forgot to turn the config from knife to pistol.
Oh yeah, I think so.
It's like, guys,
happens.
we're supposed to have pistols
First
now?
broadcast game.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
good. It's all good.
It's fine.
you get one pass here.
Listen, everyone comes on with some nerves. Everyone comes on with some pressure. You think Mongolia's got pressure? You think Senzu's got pressure? That poor admin who's just been doing domestic games for so long, he's just sitting here like, oh no, it's all of Asia. They're all watching. No, I have lost my keybind in my console. Damn it.
And there is a long staircase up to the production room. So like going up and down the stairs to check up on the teams, and then yeah, okay. I mean, you forgiven for a config error.
Yeah, of course. He just has to run down, go back to his old laptop, find the old notepad document, copy it out, and just get it going that way. And look, man, obviously, it's also one of those things which, while I was at the RMR, I do always preface this for everyone, which is that for cities that are trying to get into international esports for Counter-Strike especially, it's a difficult game to set up servers for. It's a difficult game to do all the configs for. It's a very difficult game to get right and perfect. And so far, they've done a great job of actually getting all of the setup for all of the stage, all of the good-looking stuff. And when the server is on, it's running smoothly. And now, hey, sometimes configs mess up. That's fine. We're sure we're going to be ironing this one out by the second best of one, third best of one at most. And yeah, we should be in a pretty damn good place to go. And honestly, I'd rather it pause now than in the middle of the game anyway.
Yeah, for sure. But I do think we have it sorted now. Pistol round about to go underway in about 10 seconds. Mongolia versus Indonesia.
One set of utility coming out on Indonesia, and when I say one set, I mean one piece. It's just a flashbang for Clip. He's dropped out the dualies as well. A little bit surprising that they go for those early on. The raid boss with the P250 seems to be much more effective on the T side, but he has actually dropped a single P250 as well. So hey, they've got the best of both worlds. Senzu. They actually did start off on the T side for us. There you go. I think we might have the HUD the wrong way around, but we're going to be able to fix that later on. Senzu is down. Nira is able to get the response. The flashbang from the CTs does help out, and look at waste of ammo. He is on a roll. Bartek just being brought down. Obviously loves to lurk back in the apartments. This time is disabled from doing so.
Clip. Trying to chase after him. I mean, the bomb is so disconnected from the second player. Yeah, me moving Gao. Those are some crucial shots to miss. And that puts 9 in a lonesome scenario, 1-on-3, as he gets ready to put this bomb down.
He will have time to at least move forward and try and get behind the smokes, and this is where the dualies can be a big factor. Actually trying to find a gap in between them. Nine's got the first. Waste of ammo is down. Nine's able to fade away as well, and now the B bomb site is his oyster. He can go anywhere he wants. And he'll choose, oh my god, before the smoke completely dissipates, he's able to get in a new box.
This lack of information is perfect. They've taken too much time trying to permeate through the smoke. 9 starting to peek out as the bomb interrupted, and the dualies will erupt. Mongolia with the first. Beautiful clutch from 9.
That's just the experience coming into it, right? 9 is definitely the man with the most experience on this side, able to get in through the side of the smoke. This should have been Indonesia's hot start. Instead, it ends up being a cold shower.
And this is something we saw yesterday as well. I mean, in the games that weren't being broadcasted, you had so many of these advantageous situations being dropped by teams just because of that pressure of the LAN. You know, a lot of these players haven't really had that experience just yet, and that is coming to bite them. Now, of course, you can't really say that for Indonesia, but of course you can talk about the mettle of someone like 9 who has all of that experience behind him.
Indonesia opting in for just the deco. I'm not a big fan of this one, but let's see what damage they can actually find. There are a lot of AKs and rifles that can be taken out. Clip good for the quick tap out to the P250. Another bit of damage actually coming through. This is getting slightly scary. Waste of ammo is in position as well. Now, the only problem is that you won't see the movement from Sandman coming out from apartments until it's too late. So it is going to be a 2v3 on the site itself. Seems unlikely that they can get much out of it.
3-on-2 now. Not really a whole lot that Sandman can do with the Deagle. Trying to move in from Banana, but the Grim Reaper is already waiting for him. And yeah, Senzu very quickly puts him down. 2 rounds to the board now for Mongolia, and a pretty hot start for them.
I actually see the fact that Senzu's been able to get involved early on as well. Obviously, one of the big problems that you can have is being shut out initially. But look at this buy from Indonesia. They're actually opting into quite a few extra bits and bobbles. So the fact that they bought the Deagles in the previous round is going to be a problem. Not to mention waste of ammo going for the head armor. Don't hate it entirely. Obviously, there are certain Galils and Mac 10s on the other side of things. So with Mongolia's economy having been damaged, it could end up being useful. 3 players on the B-bomb side. They want to fight early. Waste is good for the pass. It's straight out. A big double. And a great way to get back into the game. He will still have to deal with 2 players still at the bomb site. Nira never went anywhere. And the rotation coming through as well might just force Mongolia out of the B-bomb site.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a reset. They had so much control on Banana, and that second swing out from the cart position, that could have sealed the deal, but the double kill from Kaz, of course, completely changes everything. Now the CTs, they've got to make a choice. What do they have their resources on? There's a solitary player in Banana that's going to try and keep that information away, but the bomb is going to start to make its way out the balcony. There's only one defender here on this A site, Sandman, with a measly Famas to his name. There's information on the Molly, but since it's one piece of utility, I'm not sure how convincing it is. At least a rotation's been brought out. Bartak doesn't check the angle, and Sandman's able to get one, and he's buying time as well for Marsha to start to move in. Another player from Library as well. Senzu could have been good for the second, but Marsha minimizes the damage. A 2-on-1 now, quickly brought down to just 1 by Yami. Great shot with the AK, looking for the second, but runs into a barrage of bullets.
Indonesia able to get on board, which is going to still end up being a poison chalice. Let's not forget the economy is going to be in a tough spot. But the good thing is that the Deagle buy they had earlier on actually helps them out. Mongolia as well won't quite be in the best of places with their own money. So you can see already, Bartek's not got too much utility to work off of. Senzu as well has got a Molotov picked up now, but very few flashes. This is only 1 flash, and that's on 9. So this is going to be a quick Archer spot, most likely, just to try and get some brackets control. You cannot fight the B-bomb site with this little utility. They might be looking to get aggressive here on Banana though. Clip and Nira do want to get some information. They find it onto Yami instead. The contact play being made. Marcia trying to free frag out. He knows there's a second and he will collect. Mongolia has been broken apart. This offense had no legs to stand on and will collapse too quickly. 9, maybe he can still do something though.
Yeah, that's a decent opener, but the problem is he doesn't even have that one-shot advantage of an AK, right? He's just got that Galil. Second kill collected, though, might not need it all that much. Clip coming in now, doesn't have a whole lot of HP either, so he could be a victim to this Galil. Bartak with 2. And this should have been the round for Indonesia. They had everything going for them, but Mongolia, they have bitten back. 9. Getting the bomb down now, and Niora completely far away from the situation. No fingers on the pulse whatsoever.
This is one of those situations where, to be perfectly frank, Sandman has to be blamed somewhat, but most of it falls down to Marcia, the player who got the big double on Archers, who actually enables them to play from more defensive positions. He starts off aggressing forward. He gives 9 a freebie. You keep on peeking out and giving these players freebies when you can just try and settle down into angles, try and play crossfires, try and trade out number after number, and then Bartek's given the second double. Look, it's a beautiful set of shots, don't get me wrong, but the fact that you're getting to just look at these players peek out against you 1 by 1 in telegraph plays when they're in a man advantage, when they're 4v2. That's a travesty.
Yeah, 1 by 1 was the theme of that round, right? Even the Arches and Longside player, they weren't collaborating on that peak. It was one after the other, and yes, there wasn't a whole lot of time in between the two, so that the idea behind that was a refrag, but that simply didn't come through, and the aim was simply there for Mongolia, and all of that combined just snatching a round away from Indonesia that they should have been able to put on the board. And
it actually wasn't a peek from the Archers player. It was actually an off angle that he was trying to hold, but because Bartek changed his spotting to try and peek out for the Moto player initially and didn't hug the wall, that's actually what gave up the Archers player. Kaz is down. That one saved AK will still be left in the hands of Nera, who has rotated away. Of course, no one on the A-bomb side means that this is going to be a pretty much non-existent opportunity. Turns around, Yami! That could have been deadly.
Waste, though, he's been spotted, and the Molotov is going to be impeding his progress, trying to go around it. The audio cue, of course, gives his plan up, and 9 is ready and waiting. Niora, the one man that had the AK in his hands, now trying to permeate through the smoke. Second piece of utility is going to stop him even further. And I think the T's already think that Niora is going to back off into the safety of the B side, which is why they're preemptively sending a hunt there, and that's exactly what's going to work out. The audio cue from Niora, that should be enough to put him in the graveyard. 4-1, Mongolia with a very incredible start. Now, Indonesia, they've got a fair bit of utility, have had to sacrifice just a little bit. Weaponry is going to be fully available, though. Head armor lacking across the T side. Of course, they want to have that little bit of extra money saved for the utility. Or CT side, rather.
Yeah, that can be a little bit tricky. That can be a little bit tricky. Mongolia has also just been completely XP diffing them so far, to be honest. It is really impressive, just the level of cool-headedness that is coming out from 9 and Bartek especially, but right now Senzu popping off with the first. Now he's gone and overextended, but he's forced out rotations. Marcia, though, he's changed up positioning, no longer playing on Archers, will have to swing out. How does he get a second there? They knew his position completely, but he still finds a frag, and that set up Sandman for success, but maybe not on this A-bomb side. They're rotating away from B.
This is perfect for Mongolia. They've been able to read that this bomb site might be potentially empty, or at least the one that has the fewest defenders here. Clip watching from all the way back of CT spawn. Trying to close the distance now. That's the barrel spotted. Couple shots connected as well. And there it is, preemptively calling in the rotate before the bomb starts to go down. Bartek tasked with the responsibility of defending his teammate. But at least the bomb's been put down. Advantage for the CTs as they start to move in.
Advantage it may be, but that one flashbang is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting. Sandman is just trying to line it up right now. Clip to move forward. Both Mongolian players separated. Bartek has already connected and repositioned. Needs to be very careful though. Pillar, it will not give him much solace. It's waste from the side to come through the retake. Successful. And good to see Indonesia's getting a little bit more hyped up as well. Obviously, a few rounds that they might have chucked away into the bin, but hey, it happens.
And this could have been the potential confidence breaker for Indonesia, right? You saw that 1v2, life flashes before your eyes, that pistol round flashback comes through. And if that goes wrong, then I would really see this going downhill. But Indonesia, they've been able to keep this under lock and key. A very shoddy lock, to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I mean, it feels like there's like 7 keys for this. I mean, 9 and Bartek have just been opening that lock for fun.
Yeah, I mean, you might have a great lock, but it's nothing against the lockpick lawyer, so.
They've been grinding that YouTube. Look at how defensive Indonesia is playing, actually. They're playing from just a very highly passive side angle. Even in apartments, they're not actually having to play inside apartments. He's playing from the Haycard instead because he doesn't want to give away sound cues. And their rotator is in arches. This is literally just... This is please don't hurt me gameplay going on right now.
Senzu willing to individually poke around, tries his hand at a few taps, but none of them will find a head.
He's been having the same issue. Senzu, even in the previous round, after he got one kill, he went too far forward. If he continues to probe alone with no flashes and no one there to trade him out, this will be the win condition for Indonesia. Now, why are they rotating away so fast? They've not got any information. They don't have anyone moving forward. They've rotated into a more defensive position for Marcia, but the problem is if he doesn't get a kill over here, he will just be immediately removed, and 9 will do just that. Marcia is gone, and now 2 players on the A-bomb site will receive no help whatsoever. They only have themselves to rely on. Waste, though, he's more than enough. Sandman through the smoke comes in, Waste, traded out, and it's all down to Kaz. Bomb being planted from behind the cover of the smoke. It's a 3-on-1. Wants to take on the long player first. Will not connect. Turns around. Pin to take the peek, but unable to connect either. Kaz, HP is not there, and Sandman will finally put him in the grave. Mongolia, given a window, but one that they are shot through.
All the win conditions had started to align, right? They had information on the bomb site. They were slowly crept up. 9 gets that opening frag. And by that time, you're expecting the team to just be sandwiched in, but not if Waste of Ammo has anything to say about it. Beautiful hold from him individually. And the interesting thing is, Waste wasn't even on that AWP, right? He is currently defending his team with just that rifle, right? So I was talking about him potentially being the decider of the ceiling or the floor of the team. Here he is currently trying to push that ceiling and defending against Mongolia.
But I have to say, that won't work out twice, right? The lack of flashes and everything, that is something Mongolia will remedy. Clip. Oh. I love this. Aggression coming out. We haven't seen this on Banana, and he does it without any smokes, without too much utility being used. So Mongolia isn't completely expecting it either. Low econ buy coming out from them. Individual peek from Senzu again being punished. The more they're able to punish him, the better it's going to be. This is not, again, I repeat, it's a young player. He will tilt. He will crumble if you cannot find anything on Banana. That's a bad smoke.
Yeah, that corner in the smoke is definitely going to be exploited by a Waste, but it's preemptively being shot at by these Tech 9s. Not the best weapon to try and spam smokes with.
What is going on?
Niora has just peeks out, just like that.
He had no idea that it was possible for someone to move forward. Perhaps was expecting Sandman to be covering it off, but fortunately, Waste of Ammo will continue to waste no ammo. Just brings them all down. And I think the problem was that Nero actually got the calm that there's a gap in the smoke, and he was expecting to be told when Kaz is actually sneaking past. But because of that Tech 9 spam, Kaz is able to move past. Nero is thinking, yeah, I'm going to pre-fire this angle around the corner. Oh.
It was such a false sense of security, right? The gap in the smoke and Sandman also being in the pit. Like, Niora thought he was as safe as he could be. Fast into Banana. Senzu continuing to try and dominate on his own. He's missed a few shots before, but this time one of the Spray's shots is going to find his way into the head of Clip.
They continue to rotate away towards the B bomb site. Waste of Ammo needs flashes. He needs any help he can get. And that flash, it does end up going out, but it's a bit too late. Sandman now all alone trying to use the bicycle angle. This is not going to work, though. It gets pre-fired. Senzu will not stop because there's a smoke. Hell, he hasn't even stopped when there's death.
Yeah, that's sort of the double-edged sword situation that's going on with Senzu, right? If he probes alone and he's able to get kills, he completely dismantles the defense of Indonesia. But if it doesn't work out, then he becomes a liability for Mongolia.
I've got to say, though, man, the rotations from Indonesia have been atrocious so far. You know, this is where you're not getting information of brackets. You don't have any control over there. Just because you've lost a player back in the B-bomb set, you're trying to move back before getting any info. You still have utility left. You know, you can see some flashes here and there as well on the CT side. You still have the ability to try and go for some peeks, but instead you're dry peeking around corners. You're relying on opponents making mistakes, and that's given them some rounds, right? Like, it's not like Mongolia's out here playing picture-perfect Astralis 2018 Counter-Strike, but Indonesia, some question marks definitely that are being answered by individualism and not entirely the group effort.
I would really like to see Indonesia play some faux defenses over towards the B-bomb side where, you know, they've got some dropped utility where they're disallowing information instead of just making it a do-or-die situation with just the fights.
For us, I hate to break it to you, but Fo is actually from Vietnam. It's not from Indonesia. So no, but you have an actual point, and I'm making a food joke.
Terrible. Terrible.
Don't talk about your point that way. It's fine. Is there an op that's going to come out on Indonesia's side? They don't have the money for it. We do just see nice very often, so it's a bit hard to tell. Look at the fact that they have 3 players on this B-bomb side. They are so expectant of Senzu going for aggression. Flashbang to come through, and he's been found. Another one bites the dust. Nines dropped the bomb behind him as well. 5 versus 3. Indonesia, this would be their time to get back. This would be their time to chill out.
Yeah, and with the bomb in no man's land as well, Kaz is going to try to desperately retake it. He does manage to do that. But there's not a lot of options they've got. Banana completely taken over by the CTs. They're kind of just stuck in middle with little to no information. 55 seconds remaining, and now they're going to start to try and make this move on Bananas. Both players spotted. They know that this is a 3 versus 2 offense here. They can at least try and open up this B-bomb site, but Waste has done an incredible job at whittling the numbers down along with Neora. Bartak now in a 1-on-3. And we know that the players of Mongolia, they've got the individual metal to get it done. But he's going to have to be made of titanium.
What is his positioning, man? Giving the bomb plant for free in a position like this where loss bonuses have been traded to the extent that they have is such a questionable decision right now. Indonesia, they are playing so damn scared. You don't even have someone in library. Right, you've got 2 players trying to keep an eye out towards the B-bomb side, and the third isn't playing from library. He's playing from arches right now. This is giving him this is now a legitimate opportunity. There are no flashes. This is going to be one-on-ones for Bartek to come through. He has to isolate these. And if he does, this would be the last straw. But he's missed out the first shot, and Sandman's jumping MP9 is enough to take him down. But even so, Mongolia has been given too much. That bomb plant is inexcusable.
Yeah, so they start off the round just securing the bomb straight off the bat. It's a 5v3, and it still comes down to a situation that's kind of doable. I don't even know how that happens.
Look at their money. They have a full buy now. They have an AWP as well to come through. And you can't say the same for Indonesia because they've been struggling for cash as well. And maybe that's why they're trying to keep 3 players alive, right? Maybe that's why they're trying to prioritize that. But it does feel like the CT side is where you will be able to exploit Senzu more, where you will be able to find more spaces where he hasn't been given teammate assistance to the same extent. Bartek finds Sandman early on as he's trying to get aggressive in through middle, but it's Bartek with a double. This time, they've been red. This time, Indonesia try to get cute, but instead, they get killed.
Nothing that Clip can do about this. Just wants to make sure that M4 makes it into the next round. And it's crazy that this round wasn't supposed to be all hunky-dory for Mongolia, right? They shouldn't have been able to get the bomb plant. They shouldn't have had all of those conditions aligned for them, but they just did. I think there's just too much respect being given up by Indonesia in times where they really need to think of themselves as the better players and really understand that, okay, we don't need to rotate away to try and gamble on the numbers advantage. We've got to have faith in the players that are already on the bomb site to be able to get the job done. And it's not like they haven't been able to. We've seen Neora, we've seen Waste in positions where they've been left alone and they've gotten the job done. They've defended the A site single-handedly, so I'm not really sure where that lack of confidence is coming from, where they feel the need to rotate their numbers away time and time again.
Is that a music kit? I think it's
domination.
Hey. Well, it's true. It is true. At least on individual levels, perhaps. Bartek has been totally dominating. 12-6 now. This is a scoreline that reminds you that Bartek is also one of those young stars who's considered old just because of how much experience he has. But I think he's literally like 19 or something around that. That's what you need to be afraid of, the young players who play like they're old men. And I don't mean in reaction time. Hyper defensive.
Just reminds me of like those videos of like the Russian weightlifters that are like 17 years old, and people in the comments are like, what, 17 years out of prison? Like
I cannot believe the setup. The setup is actually just, it's psychopathic. They have such a firm stack on the A bomb site with their pistols, but in such a defensive sort of position in crossfire. Normally you see the B bomb site stack coming through. I honestly love this. The fact that they're not moving off in the slightest, they're just trying to prioritize that one rifle. That's how you know these guys are just insane. These guys are crazy, right? The discipline you need to have to not just break off the stack and run away is great to see, to be honest. I thought they'd be trying
Wait,
to hunt
are you
for some more
saying that
kills.
Indonesia are doing a good job at not rotating their players away?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That's what I'm
Interesting.
saying, man. This is not what I expected, and unfortunately, they're doing it on
The wrong round.
Yeah, but they're keeping an AK out of it at the very least, right? So there's that.
I mean, yeah, this makes a big difference, right? Just having that tiny bit of advantage can completely change everything.
Can you afford? No, you can't afford an op. Of course not. Their loss bonus is something like 22,000 or something. Yeah. This is actually very, very rough. They will. Oh, they have an op. Okay.
Did they
Sandman
just spawn
dropped
it
an
up? Hello?
op,
Somebody
yeah.
left the console cheats on?
Give _ weapon AWP. This will be the only opportunity they have to have an op, though, because if they lose this one now, you won't have it for the rest of the half. Maybe one towards the very, very, very end. But you need to try and turn things around. You need to try and go for at least 7 rounds over here if you're Indonesia. There's been too many rounds which are in your hand that you have lost out. If you lose a few more, that would be just demolishing morale. Speaking of demolishing, Yami, everybody.
Yeah. Waste of Hammer had a nice little angle, but Yami's just too quick on the trigger. Now Indonesia, this time around, they're not going to try and go for a gamble stack. They're not rotating away their numbers, and by the time this bomb starts to make its way to this B site, at least they're going to have a decent defense heading into it. Is the bomb actually going to stick it to that, though? There's still a minute on the clock, so still toy around with it. Plus, they've got 2 players towards second middle, so distractions can definitely be made.
The one advantage of Indonesia having played this defensive so far is that Mongolia does not feel the need to actually go in towards apartments or try and fight for brackets before they actually go into the B-bomb site. So now that there is a chance for maybe a backstab down middle, it all comes down to the B-side defense, yes. Neora, the stack should be expected more likely than not. Clip's going to be brought onto by a lot of players, but they're not expecting him to be boosted up. Clip and Neora bring it all together. It is a 4-on-2 now. Double offs picked up by the Mongolian side. Yami, good for the first. Neora as well. We'll be looking at them coming out one by one. Yami's doing it all. He's in it for the ace. He wants this last one as well. Bomb's been planted. Sandman, he's wondering how many positions will they have to lose from? How many positions will they have to give up? And Yami wants it to be every single one of them. Jump up from Yami. Sandman is out. The full ace to give Mongolia a round they had no right to have.
That is just brute force from Yami. From the start of the round, it was an all Yami show. We were talking about how important that AWP was for Waste, and instantly taken out of his hands. Yami, incredible work. And with the speed at which he was getting those kills, that just looked like he was dual-wielding AWPs. Ooh, look at this. Very aggressive play down middle, the pistols, the nades, everything coming together to get quite a bit of damage done. Unfortunately, no conversion, but still, not really a whole lot they could have done with that buy. Final chance now at making this a digestible half. Do they have money for AWP? I think Niora had enough money for an AWP, but they don't want to... Okay,
I think Waste of Ammo might have decided that Yami is just better.
No, there is an AWP in there somewhere.
Okay. Excellent.
So the HUD has this thing where like it reflects the weapon that is being switched to rather than just the general loadout.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just noticed an AWP for a flicker of a second there.
I think I noticed an AWP for a flicker of a second the last round as well. I also noticed it for a flicker of a second now. Waste of ammo. 0 AWP kills in this half, as good as he has been. Senzu didn't actually see that jumping flare, I promise you. The scope was invisible. Sandman refrags. Bartek's a big frag to find, but he doesn't know there's a second player in from behind. That is going to be Yami.
Unfortunately, one of the biggest win conditions for Indonesia was for Waste of Ammo to be able to pop off on the CT side with that AWP.
There's 4 AWPs on the Mongolia side.
What? Surely this is a bug.
No. This is called faffing about.
No, there's definitely something going on with the HUD.
No, they all have AWPs.
No, but look at the player that is being spectated versus the name underneath.
Well, listen, we'll figure that out eventually. But Yami right now is showing us that the AWP is the only weapon that matters in his hands at the very least.
Oh my God, they're out here playing Halo.
Gaz is out and gone. Sandman has gone and found a second as well, and he's done a great job of defending. Clip will bring it down to a 2-on-1. Senzu traded as well, and Mongolia will find out that it's not a good idea to have 4 AWPs. Now, did they have 4 AWPs? Was that just a HUD glitch?
No, they had 4 AWPs. I promise you they had 4 AWPs, because we just saw them all die because they had AWPs.
That's life, baby. Look, I do think that Mongolia should be confident, but the fact that they're getting this confident could still be a window of opportunity for Indonesia to come through. Let's not forget, they were like 3 rounds that Indonesia threw away that they should have had. Otherwise, this could have very well been a 10-5 in their favor.
Easy to spiral out of control in that second half. When you're on the CT side, you start losing money. Some of the duels start going the way of the T side, and everything can fall apart. So they've got to be careful. But look at this confidence from Mongolia again. They don't care that they've dropped the ball on the 4 AWP. This time, it's 4 pistols coming straight down middle. And they've already gotten that first shot in. Second middle, pressure's coming through. Very even duels, but they eventually go the way of the T side. 9, he's done an incredible job in the first pistol round, but now he's got to do it all the way again. Coming in from middle, bomb ready to be planted from balcony. 1 in graveyard and 1 on the site, so he's going to have to try and clear out a very difficult crossfire.
Also doesn't have the advantage of people just running into him, I suppose.
Also 23 HP.
That is also true. Wait, does 9 have 23 HP or does he have 48? I think it's 48.
Yeah, it's
well,
just a little.
Regardless, you've been shot in the head, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the HUD definitely threw me in for a bit of a loop, to be honest. But yeah, Indonesia actually have a decent chance at bouncing back, and you know, they're going to be kicking themselves if they realize that, okay, that 4 AWP setup was the beginning of their downfall. Indonesia now get a little bit of breathing room. Well, not really. I mean, if you're up against the pistols of Mongolia, you still got to watch out. But at least a very solid chance to try and tie things up. Banana presence. Slowly being taken up by Indonesia. They're going to leave a player in there and then just allow Sandman to back off. Mongolia, cold as ice with these pistols. Not moving a muscle. There it is. The first flashbang. Niora spotted the player, I believe. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure if they've spotted the 5-7 right around the broken wall. Not getting ready to aggress just yet, and I think Niora realizes that they don't quite know of his position, and this tiny little artifact in the smoke gives him quite a bit of space, so he can just chill here. He can hold it all solo while they're going to rotate all of their players towards the A site. So just one defender on B, and this is exactly how these pistols need to be played.
35 seconds, and you could end up running into a stack. That seems like it will be happening right now. Sandman turns the corner, 9 takes him down. This could be disaster, and already it's being spelled out. Clip. He came here to play Counter-Strike, but instead, he's being taken to a spelling bee. Mongolia might have lost out the pistol, but they will answer back immediately.
That is such incredible work from the CZ75 of 9. That is 3 kills from the man in a very difficult position. And Mongolia just had their rotations played out perfectly, and that's one of the problems you can run into if you're a team that allows those pistols to cook for a little while, right? If you've only got 50 seconds, you don't have information with the exception of Banana, you're going to be cooked if you run into a gamble stack bomb site.
9 is having the time of his life right now. Because especially for him, the narrative has been, hey man, this guy doesn't have the firepower. Hey man, this guy's maybe not really suited for the top of Asian CS and whatnot. And I can tell you that's completely wrong. That is just objectively wrong. And you can see him flexing right now. Yeah, I mean, though, he's been known to have a little bit of the flex as well. Comes in with a big 3, will finally be traded, but he's okay with that.
Yeah, for a second there, that 4 AWP setup that came back to bite them kind of looked like it would allow Indonesia to get some momentum heading into the rest of the game, but Mongolia, they've broken quite a bit of confidence on Indonesia with that very, very clean pistol. Not the pistol, rather the force. Not a whole lot of money on Indonesia now, so this should be a throwaway round. Not a whole lot they can expect off of it, except maybe Niora gets some pot shots off. Some heads being disconnected from the neck, but other than that, not really a whole lot to go off of, and they should be able to keep it relatively clean. With a backup coming in from CTs as well. Yeah, Mongolia, they're safe. Bit of a delayed exit, but Marsha finally talks to the Grim Reaper. Doesn't have kind words to say. Not a whole lot of chances remaining now for Indonesia to try and bounce back. I mean, they need to get the ball rolling immediately. They know that Mongolia is a very tough opponent, and they don't really have too many insurance policies remaining.
What, this is 2 more gun rounds, maybe?
Yeah, 2 more gun rounds. Even then, I think they get 1 AWP in there in the mix.
Guys will be naded down earlier on as well. He's been allowed to have an AWP. I say allowed when honestly it feels like Mongolia's been encouraging everyone to have one of those. Niora turns the corner and turns his head as well, and unfortunately it has been ripped clean off. Sandman will have to try and respond. He's playing in from the back of the broken wall. Are there any flashes? No. Waste of ammo doesn't have one. Instead, he's got some kills to help out. The bomb is so far away from them, though. They have to retreat and do it soon, but the problem is that now you've got a little bit more information to come through as Senzu's taken the peek forward, so they can continue to maintain positions over here on the B bomb site. Quick peek to come through as well.
Yeah, very limited time, and Mongolia have the positions as well. I mean, they've got a 2-2 setup. Even if they can just get that first kill, oh yeah, that is quite a bit of time being wasted. Clip now wanting to swing out.
Actually, Clip ends up finding the double and the bomb plant with it as well. It is a 1-on-2. Bartek and 9 have obviously been winning clutch after clutch themselves. So, as far as the players are concerned, these are the players you want to have. But Clip, maybe still an opportunity here. The double push through the smoke is being planned. They are just walking through the stones of these players. Mongolia. It is their game to lose, and they're playing like it. But the problem is, the Clip will be holding his nerve and actually trying to hold the line. He flubs the first shot, and Bartek is just so quick to trade.
You know, we were talking about not really having too many lifelines in the tank, and now they're down to an average of about $4,000 now. They've got to make a bit of a decision. Do they go for a shoddy buy here? Do they try to force the issue to stop it from going to 14? Obviously, that limits their life much more if they end up losing this round then, because then the economy is just all over the place. So probably going to want to play it a little bit safer for that guaranteed decent buy.
I think we've got a bit of a tech issue going on right now for the players. They are just trying to figure it all out. Oh, tactical, actually. Ooh, Indonesia calling out all the stops. I would have liked to see this a lot earlier on, to be perfectly honest. You know, obviously they were losing so many rounds, which it felt like were in their pocket, but they just got pickpocketed immediately. So, yeah, maybe it's a little bit late, but regardless would be very important, obviously, if they can start to turn things around right now. One of the things that we obviously didn't talk about is the fact that round difference actually matters. So a few more rounds of the tank could also be a big deal for any tiebreaker situations that could pop up.
Yeah, tiebreakers can always be tough because it can kind of change the dynamic of whether or not you're okay. Are we straight into it? No.
No, it's a replay coming out.
Yeah.
But obviously, not just tiebreakers for Indonesia. They have 2 more maps to play today. The next one they'll be playing up against Australia, and then it will be Indonesia versus Palestine at the very end of the day as well. So for them to go out of this with a bit more confidence would be really nice to see, especially because if other teams are watching, other teams are taking note that, hey, you know what, their rotations are kind of weird. They actually don't go for flash plays when they're looking for information. They're going for a lot more dry peaks and waste of ammo, and they're like, these are very easily punishable tendencies. Now, obviously it does come with the question, is that tendency there because of
That was, well, not a replay.
That was not a replay. Listen, this happens sometimes, but the point is that Indonesia is able to actually collect a quick round underneath them as well.
And we're forgetting about that. I've got the pen from Men in Black. For the viewers, ka-chow. All your memories are gone.
It's a Nira. He is already naded down early on, but the fact that there are 3 players available for Mongolia in this B bomb site is something that there's going to be 0 information about. There's not been too much utility that has been used either. Also have Bartek just playing a hyper defensive angle over towards the A-bomb side. But the difference between how Mongolia is playing this defensive angle is that Yami is still consistently jiggle peeking back out in towards arches. He wants to have some presence in brackets, so if someone's going for a hit down short, if they're trying to creep and crawl through, he can at least guarantee 1 pickoff, if not more. Now that he's been smoked, though, that's where that smoke ends up leading to his death. Sandman just spamming in from behind it, expecting Yami to try and reposition. Good kill to get. The B-bomb site, though, is very empty. And it doesn't seem like Indonesia has any plans on trying to go check it out. This bomb is still back in T-spawn. That is ridiculous. Flash timing is perfect. Kaz has got the kill as well. And Bartek peeks out late with the flashbang. Will find another. Sure, he's traded, but now it's a 3-on-3 one more time. The B-bomb site, though, that duel is going to be incredibly important. Wasteful find Kaz, and the rotation will start to come through. Ends up being the least important duel of the bunch, actually, but will still end up falling their way. Really, really crucial kill on the Yami there.
actually some leeway being allowed to Indonesia now. And this is kind of one of the win conditions we were talking about for Mongolia to actually start to lose control of their economy, and then maybe Indonesia can start to piece together rounds. At least they're going to be allowed the comfort of double digits before they have to dip into the water once again.
We'd hope so.
Yeah, but Pistols haven't been all that merciful, to be honest.
Look, if you're looking over towards the scoreline and then you feint in and you shade, oh, hold it, Yami.
Oh.
He loves
He's
the
got an
mag.
AK.
Yami and Cabal are two players who both love the Mag 7 in Mongolia, and they will swing out like madmen. Inferno is obviously one of the big maps where that is actually possible, and rotations back over towards the B bomb site are being planned as well. This could be deadly.
This is great. They've got that boost. They've got a player rotating over. A headshot's connected. Pistols could be going wild again. And a late boost means that Niora could have been potentially taken out by the Deagle. At least they've been allowed to cross over, but it's a 3 versus 5. Yes, it's against the Pistols, but there's still one juggernaut they've got to watch out for. That AK hasn't even peaked yet. The bomb is planted, so at least they can try and play off the back of that.
No util though. And this pistol rush, it's going to start to come through. Molotov is huge. It's a first found. 9 is taking down Sandman. The AK is still yet to reveal. Kaz will fall, and the CTs might be taking a bit too long. Waste will find Yami. The AK is down. Waste is going to be trying to hold down the line from Hobbit. He's got them all! 10th round secured is right down to the very last player. They're able to get it done. Waste of ammo has bailed them out of so many situations.
But that's the problem, T-Time. This wasn't supposed to be a situation that they had to be bailed out of. They went straight into the pistols. They ran into that Mag 7, allowed that AK-47 to be picked up. And that late into the round, I mean, Mongolia, they did an incredible job with the pistols. They did a great job with the Mag 7, but it should have never come that close.
Now, fortunately, they are on the T side, right? So they don't need the AWP. Waste of ammo has frankly been much better on an AK regardless.
Even on CT.
Even on CT, yeah, which is saying something. But the money situation at the very least is something they don't have to worry about from a 1v1. Mongolia, however, man, if that confidence was ever shaken, it isn't anymore. Oh, he's moved through the smoke. 9 is gone. And right around the corner, that's Bartek. He's heard the util being thrown forward. Bartek refrags it out. And Senzu's got an aggressive back in Banana in the meanwhile. So it's already a 4 versus 3, despite the advantage being taken away initially. Indonesia, small mistakes, slim margins. That's what they're losing out these duels on.
Now, Mongolia, ooh, that is a nice couple of shots from Yami. And willing to aggress again further, knows that he's trying to back off through the smoke. Pot shots will not connect. A nade does follow him down the alley and is good for 37 points of health. Indonesia, these two players, they're going to try to claw it over the finish line. Waste does peek out eventually from Boiler, but he cannot find anything against 2. 14-10, and Mongolia, they have continued their winning ways. Indonesia now don't have a whole lot to rely on. They've got the money on Waste. They've got some money on Clip. But everybody else, the money's looking barren. And this is where they kind of have to meet a middle ground or play for the overtime, right? But they aren't willing to do that. They've invested entirely, relying on that loss bonus to carry them through that potential overtime tie-up. Great shot from Sens.
Yeah, Senzu was really struggling earlier on the T side. They were able to exploit him, but once they let him get going, once they took that focus away from him, he has been a pop-off player. Yami, no different. He's coming in for the second. It's already there. The triple will be evaded. Neora fights his way out, but look at where Clip is. He cannot provide any assistance whatsoever. Neora's all alone, and it might be enough. Neora coming through with a big one. And it's given them Banana. Clip is waiting for Bartek as well to aggress forward. Senzu, the last player left, and he does have eyes on the bomb. But there are flashes available. Will they be using them, or will this be a moment of greed?
Trying to peek out Nihora. They've stopped it. They have stopped the potential overtime. They've stopped the tie-up at the very least. And that gamble into the full buy, it ends up working out for them. Now they've got a little bit of leeway heading into this round. And Mongolia, of course, you know, they've got their own issues to worry about as well. They've got the wounds of the economy that they need to tend to.
Look at this play from Neora, man. That is insane. Kaz and 9, guess what? This is one of those moments where not being a practice 5-man lineup is showing. You know, that little hesitancy from 9 to swing out in assistance for Kaz, that's what costs them completely. Should not have been a one-on-one consecutively at all. Hell, even the fact the clip was nowhere to be found ends up benefiting them somehow. Oh, wow. Full second mid play. Yami's got the op. The hero AWP. And where is it positioned? It's on the A bomb site, and so are the rest of Mongolia.
This has to be everything. Yami needs to hit it. He does. That's the opener.
There are
positioning
5
is so
players
good.
in this A bomb site again. This is there is no way that. Sandman's already low as well. The flashback forward, they need some entries and they will not get them. Bartek's got the immediate double tap with the USP. Clip still wants to commit. What is going on over here? Insanity. Yami inside the smoke will connect. Traded out 9 as well with the quick frag on the USP. Then it's all Kaz versus Sandman. Sandman's not got HP. Kaz doesn't have head armor, but he also does have the element of surprise.
If he drops down, though,
I don't think he needs to.
yeah, he's just going to try to pull that out. Ooh. Maybe if there was a little bit more HP, Sandman could have turned around, but no. Just whittled away quickly. Indonesia. Again and again, they've dropped the ball against. They've lost a pistol round. They've lost ecos. They've lost against force buys, and here we are. This is where they run into a gamble stack. So many times where they've done an incredible job, but it seems like the easy ones are the hardest shots for them to take.
Even just the flashes that they're going for is just so bad. I hate using that term, but when you're going up against these anti-egos and whatnot, you don't have any sort of far flashes at all for a potential graveyard player. And the slightest, you've got these slow-acting flashes that go for the double bounce in as well. Look, those can be very useful for a player who's like in mini pit and whatnot, but trying to go up against a stack with that is very rough. And now, at the very least, a start off strong. Waste of ammo is good for a deagle shot. Oh, a second one found. 5-on-3 with recoverable weapons, and let's not stop there. We want to boogie, take it all the way out on the dance floor, the B bomb site. This is 3 men already hitting the deck. Oh.
Yeah, shot to the side of the head.
And you're to blame. I don't know, right, that wrong part of the body. Marcia, though, right part of the team. 9 taken out. Obviously, he has been one of the danger men between him and Yami. They have had so many crucial rounds.
You would expect it to be the op versus op duel, right? Between Yami and Waste. But mostly it's just been Yami as an opper versus Waste as a rifler. And the times that Waste has picked up the AWP, it hasn't worked out. So that little bit of margin where Yami was outperforming, it is reflecting on the scoreboard. That opener, the ace, all of that combined, that tiny bit of difference is a huge deal when you're looking at a game that is 15-12 right now.
Yami's got the Mag 7 again. He's got the same idea, and it's a similar result, but this time he can't recover the AK. Marcia was already positioned inside apartments. They're so much more aware of what could be going on. Finally, it's an anti-force buy.
Yes.
That actually works. And it's going to be followed up most likely by an eco from Mongolia, right? So, you know what? Overtime could be calling.
I mean, I'm not sure if overtime is calling, but at least the number's been secured and dialed in.
Yeah. I'm so surprised that Senzu's just chilling. This has to be a conversation going on in the Mongolian camp, right? You want to have some voices discussing what to do in the last gun round, realistically. And also, one of the big decisions is, do we just force buy here? Is that what we want to try and go for? Remember what I said about best of ones and not really feeling the heat as much? So this is where some of those rounds, which Mongolia has just gone for, you know, sort of for the hell of it, will be haunting them. You know, that full AWP buy, the 4v2 where they're pushing in even more so that they end up losing out. Indonesia lost a lot of dumb rounds, don't get me wrong, but Mongolia has given away a few of their own as well.
Question is if that number of mistakes is going to be enough for Mongolia for Indonesia to be able to close the gap, to be able to make it to that 15 and bring us to overtime. I mean, it would be a pretty exciting way to start the day, don't you think?
Oh, definitely. It would also most likely be the kick to the behind that Mongolia needs if it gets to overtime, and hell of it if they potentially take the L. Full eco this time, no stacks. So
obviously, there's still not a whole lot of pressure for Mongolia to perform here because even if they entirely lose out this game, they still have multiple chances to just get the bare minimum of rounds, and that's something you were talking about, right? Behind the scenes, Mongolia is pretty chill, and I think that was reflected in their gameplay as well when they buy 5 of the big greens. Or was it 4? Yeah, no, Yami, I mean, this old dog, unfortunately, only knows one trick, and that's the Mag 7. Peeking out, Bartak falls. And I think a victory in this apartments could have actually provided them with the opportunity to convert around, but that's simply not enough work being done. Europe, messy duel with the USP. But yeah, I think Mongolia can feel at least a little bit of the heat now.
Yeah.
Realizing that they've got that 1 round margin before they have to play it out for the overtime. I mean, regardless of how confident you feel, like, you know, you're feeling like the top dogs, nobody wants to play overtime. You know, everybody wants to close it out in regulation. Everybody wants to just get it done. Not allow that comeback.
Last chance. And it's not one with a lot of cash in their back pocket. You won't have the AWP for Yami. You're not going to have utility for a lot of your players. This is going to be a pure reliance on getting the right reads, the right calls, and most likely the right aggression from a player like Senzu. Senzu's actually not been as hot as his scoreboard might suggest. The 25 and 19 is fantastic, but we've seen so many situations where he tries to overextend and ends up giving up a big advantage. Waste of ammo this time on the AWP himself, will not have an AWP on the other side to contend with. And the aggression down middle to come through. Flash is avoided, but it will not matter. Yami still finds a frag. There needs to be a refrag from second mid to come through, but they're not feeling comfortable swinging out. They know there should be a crossfire. Bartek is gone. Nine's attention will be diverted, and a smoke will now finally separate. It all comes down to this. Can Yami find any more frags? No, he cannot. Senzu and Yami both fall. Nine is down. The A-bomb side is empty. All up to Kaz, the player with the least experience in these past few years of getting any pro CS out, largely been a coach. And now a 1-on-3, one which could have been avoided earlier on. But that is how the cookie will indeed crumble. And Indonesia will gobble it up.
Yeah, 1v3 seeming very unlikely. Staring down the barrel of overtime, and they've half squeezed the trigger. There it is. Wastefully pulls it. And now we're on to the overtime tea time.
This is insane. And the idea that this has gone to overtime after they lose a 1v3 in a pistol, they lose 2 4v2s in the first half, they lose the anti-force buy in the second half, they lose another anti-force buy in the second half. And despite all of that, Mongolia cannot close in regulation. Pressure. It's time.
I mean, pressure for Mongolia, but also a lot of confidence for Indonesia, knowing that they've fought the hardest possible rounds, and they've still been able to secure enough to get to overtime. Now, don't get me wrong, that does not excuse all of the rounds that they've tossed out the window, right? But that is still something to write home about. Now, whether or not they'll be able to write anything else beyond this point is beyond me, because I think Mongolia is going to start to turn up the heat now. But we'll see.
Right, they've got their bathing suits out. It is Riyadh. They're used to the heat at this point. Sun's out, guns out, shades on, problems gone, all the other things. That's honestly, I'm out of sun-related stuff.
I don't watch enough cliche movies or listen to enough music to have this at ready.
Well, it's all about this peak being planned from Senzu. Does get full banana control, some retake utilities chucked out, but more to find information, hoping that there would be some spam to come through, and a deep Molotov will do nothing. Senzu is in the perfect position to try and go for a quick backstab, but now his position is given up. Flashbang, nades, everything completely avoided for now, but there are 4 players on this A-bomb site, and Indonesia, you talked about how Sandman is fragging IGL. He has been fragging, but some of these stacks, some of these rotations have been very questionable. Have they finally figured out Mongolia's lean to the A-bomb site? So silent. 30 seconds, and it is full shift gaming.
Rotation's also been brought out. They're going to be running into quite a bit of firepower here, and they don't have any wiggle room remaining. Those are the first shots being fired off by the T's, and they've got to get it done by brute force. The Aura, first man in, falls. The CTs, though, they're fighting back. Sens and Yami, each a kill apiece, but this bomb very late into the round is going to try to scurry onto the ace site, but there is already a defender there. Is he going to be able to interrupt? Yes, he is.
What?
He just didn't check. I'm not even sure why he didn't fight back against the balcony player.
I think Mongolia was trying right now to let that player not get lost bonus.
Okay, I see that.
Which is really...
Like,
honestly,
in the heat of the moment?
listen, that's
like,
kind of cool. That's kind of cool, but also that just makes no sense because there's 16k overtime.
Yeah.
Right, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, but look at this. Look at this. This is just Bartek waiting. He just says, you know what, you're going to get the bomb plant, but it's been under 4 seconds. You shouldn't have it. That was down to the millisecond.
If somebody can think of that, like, in the heat of the moment, like, the fact that they're thinking about it at all, I mean, that's impressive.
Welcome to, 3 majors in a row gaming, I guess. That's just Mongolia for you. Oh, the nades!
Oh, 9
Dunk
will
it!
fall as well. And oh my goodness. Yeah, straight off the bat, they're in so much trouble. The only defender remaining here on B falls to his death as well. Just one man now, final defender, tucked into bed. It's good night for Mongolia.
Finally, we're getting just a change of pace in that banana aggression to come through. And look, Mongolia has been playing this style very constantly where they are just trying to see whether banana has any T-side presence. If it does, then they give it up early and they try and fight around the sandbags and fall in position. Otherwise, they just send Senzu forward and they rotate 4 players to the A-bomb site. Finally, Indonesia is getting some recognition of that. Because that grenade stack that's just coming through, head-butted by Kaz and the like. And, I mean, 9 just falling as well. This is gorgeous stuff, Indonesia. I really hope this is some recognition of, hey, what is the stacking situation sort of looking like? What are the timings from Mongolia looking like? The previous round as well went down so low that they should have at least some read on what this overtime should look like.
And it's got to suck to be in Kaz's shoes, right? Because this entire game, Yami's been the one that's running around with the AWP. He's been going into apartments. He's been going into middle. The one time Kaz is like, okay, guys, come on. I'm going 13 and 22. Give me the AWP. Got to farm some kills.
I would be sympathetic if that didn't happen the last time he got the op 8 rounds ago as well.
Fair enough.
This is the problem with mixed teams, right? You have no one to just say, no, shut up. This is not how our resources should be distributed right now. You are not having a good time. And overtime does lend itself to people buying ops for just because they can, right? And, hell, they have been buying a lot of ops just because they can.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the reason why we're on overtime right now and not done in regulation. Banana control now being taken again. Neora wanting to push through the smoke. He spots the barrel, gets the player in broken wall as well. Second swing out is dissuaded by the double stack on the mollies. 9, but this AWP is going to keep the numbers honest. But the T's, they've got options. They've got 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, so no rushes have to be made just yet. A player in Boiler that they're going to have to go past if they try to poke around brackets.
What is going on with the utility on this Banana side? Just the smoke on the Molotov as well does absolutely nothing. They can just cheat past and they don't actually know what's happened because they think they've used retake utility, but they haven't. Sandman's prep pass. This is a big opportunity, and Kaz has revealed his position, so Senzu catches Sandman, just wandering between both angles. That could have been very difficult if they'd allowed him to just solo lurk forward, but a big frag from Kaz.
Yeah, they're going to try to brute force it again over towards the B-bomb site, but straight through the smoke. That's the op, the M4. And there it is.
17 secured for Mongolia. I've got to say, this is where I am... I'm a little bit curious about the previous round because there's a Molotov actually used that I don't know if that Molotov was missed or if it was on purpose, because if it was on purpose,
towards
that's
Banana?
very big brain. Yes, towards Banana. The Molotov did not actually end up in sandbags from the T side. It ended up popping in a way that the sandbags player and the player in Fallen both can't peek Neura. So he got a fully isolated duel with no refrag opportunity to come through, despite him being very low. So that was kind of cool. Again, I think it might have just been a bad throw, but oh, 9! Waste of Ammo's getting nothing on the AWB. Nothing, I tell you.
And he is still top fragging on his team, so he's really been doing an incredible job with the rifle. Unfortunately, some of those big plays with the AWP, they simply haven't been happening. That ceiling on the team needs to be pushed still. Mongolia might just be getting ready to close it out in overtime now. Ready into brackets. Molotov to the off angle as well. Bartek trying to avoid the flash here. One runs straight into his crosshairs. I mean, clip rather. But now the T's are going to take their efforts all the way back towards B, and there is only one defender waiting here, T-Time.
I can't stand this hyper defensiveness again and again. The deep nade flies through. Neura, no kills found. Nade doesn't really do much either. It's a full 4v5 retake. Indonesia has gone back to please don't hurt me style, which is really not what helped them in that first half either. Retake attempt has to be coming through and collecting. Flashbang, yes, but it's already completely dissipated. 9 and Yami with the ops will hold on to the B-bomb site perfectly so. There's no sign of hunting for information. There's no sign for trying to set up individual players. There's no sign for any proactivity right now on the CT side. And even in the first half, where we saw Indonesia succeeding, was off of big individual holds or trying to exploit Senzu. It was always one or the other. And you cannot rely on that perpetually.
Final chance for Waste to be relevant with the AWP, and he's going to capitalize on it. 9 will fall to his demise, and they want to delay the Grim Reaper even further. They want to take it to that second overtime.
Stack onto the A-bomb side this time. Maybe it's going to work out. Off angle trying to be set up, but Bartek is just so good at clearing out the arches. Will not be expecting a second player though. Neura is able to take him down, and the A-bomb site is still being defended. Now, do they realize that that's a rotation coming out from Neura? Remember, he was the only player left for the B-bomb site in the previous round. That should be a dead giveaway. That the B-bomb site only has one player.
And I think they've realized that now the total numbers advantage is still in the favor of the T's, or rather the CTs, but still, they can at least isolate the solitary member on B. AWP waiting right around the corner. Waste, you cannot afford to miss, and he won't. He's going to be able to do it again. No, he misses by a pixel, and Yami will punish him dearly for it with a Tech 9. Yami now getting on top of the box to try and get a bird's eye view through the smoke. Marsha falls. And all of a sudden, it comes down to the 2-on-2. Sandman and Niora up against Senzu and Yami to try and delay the overtime. Niora's able to get one. Senz still isolates it to just the one. And there it is, Niora delaying the Grim Reaper, telling him to go home. The Scythe is not ready to swing just yet.
That is a big hold coming out from Waste of Ammo right there. The fact that he finds that first kill after all the jiggling, after everything. Like you said, this was his chance to have an impact with the AWP. I don't even know if he's had a single kill with that against a gun so far.
I don't even know.
This is just a round to do it in. Fantastic stuff. Admittedly, he did have a lot of utility as well, so they did feel more comfortable leaving him there, but he doesn't rely on it. He's worried about being gunned down later on as well as he fades away from Fallen, but yeah. Another opportunity for another overtime. Indonesia. Again, leaning over towards the A-bomb side very early on. They're trying to use Waste of Ammo as an anchor that they can rely on more effectively, but he's actually had his position given away, and he knows he can't be holding the same angle too many times in a row, so switches back to CT, and he'll be playing it very defensively. Problem is, Mongolia is unlikely going to go for any sort of individual progression plays, but I love this boost. It gives them full information about what's going on in brackets. The util's been chucked out, and that's when they back off, though. That's the worst time to be fading away, but the molly doesn't fully spread. It's inaccurate. Kaz has a chance. Kaz had a chance! Oh, Marcia. Just completely eliminated there.
Getting ready to push out in the A site now. Not a whole lot of time to even back off. They can't really second guess themselves anymore. Sandman with the M4 can get a little bit more done. How does he live there? Bartak out of the balcony does put one down, but Niora's there to respond. And Kaz now in a 1-on-2. He's got the AWP, but he doesn't have the HP to boot. Barrel spotted, knows he just dropped down. And time is being bought, but it's not even needed. Niora, final few bullets being fired. And here we go, tea time. Overtime number 2.
I can't believe that when Marcia goes down underneath shelter, there's actually time for him to be replaced by another player.
Yeah,
that's
like,
insane. And you can see why Mongolia is caught so off guard by it. You can't expect that to be happening. That's very impressive.
I mean, it's impressive that he finds the gap and the window of opportunity to do that, right? But the fact that they've allowed it to begin with is a bit of a question mark. The whole idea of them fading away when that utility is coming out. First round of the second overtime now. Waste is going to get
nades.
Oh no, and again, these nades have been such a menace towards this fallen position.
Nine knows exactly. Oh, they're not
Niora.
nine. No.
Niora.
I've got the HUD wrong. Niora knows exactly what's going on over here. Nine knew as well. Apparently, I had it all right all along. Marcia gets a frag in return. The bomb site has not been committed to yet. Let's not forget, Waste of Ammo's AWP is all that's trying to hold on to A, and that is not a healthy hold to try and go for. He'll have to rotate back into a motor that will most likely be smoked off, so his only real chance over here is actually to try and stop the bomb before it gets planted and before it crosses back over. With this much information given away, T-side don't actually have smokes now that I've checked. So they don't have the ability to block him off. They're having to circle all the way back to apartments. And this is going to take away a lot of time because for all they know, there could be a player in Boiler as well. So they have to go for the full walkthrough lest they potentially lose the bomb. Unfortunately, Indonesia think that, hey, we've got brackets control. That was probably just an apartments lurker over there who's chucking out everything. And now they'll finally find out that the jig is up and Mongolia have gotten the sneakiest plant of the game.
Not a whole lot that Indonesia can even do about this. They realize that their options are limited and they're just going to recede back. Like, I mean, I know they've got all the money to rely on and everything, but even then, they just think the chances of them getting this retake are virtually zero, so they don't even bother.
That's one of those things where waste of ammo is actually in just such a, well, for lack of a better word, it's just in such a poor position on arches that he's feeling like, hey, I have to actually go back and I have to check back in towards the site itself. Maybe there's a cross happening. Maybe I just stop them from getting into pit if that's what's going on because they're not going over to the B bomb site. But also at the same time, you know what? Maybe that's just the apartment circuit. Oh, okay, I'm going back to arches. Every time that he could have gotten, unfortunately, he ends up missing out on. And I don't know if they were counting smokes because that must have been an assumption that Moto would just be smoked off. Otherwise, there's no reason to not just be opping in from library to try and keep an eye out for the cross.
Oh, Sanzu, he's done this before. He's gotten super, super aggressive all by his lonesome, and he wants to do it again. Oh, gets a second life there. Soul nearly got punched out of his body with the AWP whizzing by him. Allowed to live a second life, though. Now, the T's not really poking around too much. The one duel that does come through from Bartek is sorely punished by Sandman. Bracket stake actually being taken up now, so the AWP is going to have to put some work in. The M4 being targeted by Yami, but the AWP simply doesn't connect. It's getting a little messy here in brackets, but it's looking good for the CTs regardless.
Marcia gives up his position in attempts for information. They don't use their flashes either, and you can't say the same about Mongolia. They have completely taken over this A-bomb side. Another round that looked like it was set up for success for Indonesia, but Marcia giving up his life like that. Flashes to be following through once they know that there is no longer a threat on the long side. Yeah, that's just looking way too easy. Marcia even plays it out really well initially to find the kill on Yami, because what Yami's been doing so far is that he's been trying to aggressively clear angles on the T side by pre-firing through the AWP. Right, that's why waste of ammo just keeps dying, because there's been so many positions where Yami literally pre-fires him without sort of even giving a second guess. So when he sees even just the elbow, he's been so trigger happy, and for good reason. He's been hitting those shots that Marcia can fade back out, get the frag, and maintain full long control. And despite that, he peeks out even though his teammates also actually had flashes. Waste of ammo, unfortunately, again, just to sort of, sorry to just run with a point for us, but waste of ammo also had full utility, and then he goes underneath shelter, which is simply not what you want to do because you can't support your teammates in any way from that position at all.
Yeah, we just don't have a HUD anymore.
Hey, man, it do be like that sometimes.
I mean, it's better than having the wrong name, so it's whatever.
Well,
getting ready to push into Banana now, already having secured a kill. Indonesia, they can play a little bit more passive now.
Oh!
Through the wall, but there's a fire, there's a shot in return. Kaz falls. In Mongolia, kind of scratching their heads. They thought they got a freebie, but apparently they had to pay at the next window.
They are trying to collapse onto this B bomb site so fast, and the CT rotations are nowhere to be seen.
Perfect.
It's all Marcia, but he can't find the frags. Neura as well through the smoke. It's walls and smokes for this round.
There's no way that Molotov was perfect. They had everything going for them. The advantage for the duel there was there as well. And now Sandman has to try and get it done in a 1-on-2. Yami and 9. They're in prime positions to close this out as well. I mean, they're lacking a little bit of HP. But Sandman is desperately trying to make them miss a shot. Mongolia with a super clean T side. Not a single round being dropped. And you know, this is a little heartbreaking for Indonesia because they had that round where they were up 5 versus 3. They're still unable to close out a singular round when they've got the advantages going for them as well. I mean, even in this round, right? They opened up really well. They had that first opening kill. They had the a great molly to try and stop the push. Everything aligns for them, but the closer isn't there. Potentially the final round now if Indonesia can't get their act together. They have to play the T side as well. Yami puts one down already. Mongolia, they're not playing any games anymore, but the one guy that is caught out in the open will quickly be put down by Niora. Slow down now, Cause unable to hit a shot with the AWP, still waiting for the second crossover. He's kind of displaying it like a shooting range. But the flashbang is great for Senzu to peek out.
Yeah, Cars at 9 at this point. They are really caught in between a rock and a hard place. 9, though, trying to move outside of the smoke. Cars has found the kill from behind. That gives 9 a lot more space to navigate. Bomb is not actually on the bomb side. Marcia had to find the frag. Cars now all alone. Another 1v2 with the AWP that he's simply not set out to succeed in, but he's got the right idea. Not the right shot. Marcia will take him down. 19th is there. Indonesia still holding on for dear life. And the question is, do they have 3 in a row in them? When you've got Yami on the other side, tickling 40. He's about to run into it. 35 for Senzu.
I mean,
form is not a question.
It's crazy that they have a double op setup and Yami is not wielding any of them. Either of them.
Oh, they're going for the boost initially. This is actually giving up so much space away over in Banana. The only question is, Nade's been missed as well. They've gone for the Carnade instead. They think that it's been full control taken because that's how Neuro has been playing so far. Mongolia has used all of their util to be bomb side, and Kaz knew he had to try and peek out. Waste was waiting for that. He's waiting for that.
Getting a little tricky now. Senzu is waiting. AWP up close and personal as well now from Yami. But Niora being able to get a stray 9 in the middle. I'm not even sure why he goes for that peek. I think he's just trying to get information, but with no utility to try and peek out with, it was always a losing battle, just relying on the aim now. The rotation has come through. There's an Arches player with an AWP. There's a player tucked into Pit as well, but they've got to do some incredible heavy lifting. Oh, peeks out. That was the opportunity to try and close it out for Mongolia, but that's been missed. Niora now waiting, but Yami's too quick on the trigger. Bartak is going wild from Pit. Clip finally responds, and it's still a 2-on-2, so Mongolia can still try and close it out. Yami, an absolute monster. You were talking about tickling 40, but he's blown right past it. Sandman in a 1-on-2 now. And he's got to fight against the monstrous form of both Senzu and Yami. 2 angles to find. 1 in library, 1 from short. You can practically hear their comms. They're trying to coordinate this. Sandman peeks out into Yami. Doesn't spot the head. Is getting uncomfortable. And he cannot connect. Mongolia finally being able to edge it out and close it out in 22.
Whew, that is the closest game that they thought they would have. And I'm not going to lie, I don't think that anyone saw this one coming. Mongolia clash together victory, but it was not expected in the slightest in how far it went and how close Indonesia is able to take it. And despite everything, Indonesia is looking like they should be the second best team of this group, man. I saw Australia yesterday. I do not think that they're going to be able to light a candle up to this team. Indonesia looks like they should be that second team in the upper bracket.
Yeah, this has been such an interesting game, right? There are so many ways to dissect this. The fact that Mongolia, you know, they were kind of being careless in some of those rounds, but then also you can't take away credit from the fact that Indonesia took it that far despite the fact that they lost pistols, they lost advantageous situations, they gave away so many rounds and they still get away with 19. How does that even happen? Even in overtime, by the way, they had a couple of rounds, they start off with the advantage, 5v3, something along those lines. They just can't close it out.
And look, man, you talked about how Sandman's calling was going to have to be really good along with his fragging. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there. The stats that they were going for, the rotations that they were calling on Indonesia were just looking so bizarre at times. You were just left there wondering, okay, what is this? What is the decision making behind this? How have you actually elected to play this defensively at this point? How are you rotating back over to the B bomb site here and there? There's so many questions that were being asked about rotations on that map that you have to say it's all about the individuals that actually managed to help them go all the way through over there. For us, this was just a masterclass, to be honest, coming out from the individual players on both sides, but as far as the macro is concerned, they might need to sign up for the beginner class here or there. This was victory in both of their hands, respectively, and somehow they were just tossing it to each other. Yours, no mine. No, yours, no mine. Okay, it's Mongolia in the end, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, this baton pass ended up in the favor of Mongolia anyway, and I'm not even sure why this comes to this point, right? I think we thought that Mongolia, in all of their individual brilliance and just all of their inbuilt chemistry, despite the fact that they've had some roster shuffles and all that, we thought this would be a much cleaner game, but it was such a scuffle. They were clawing at each other so many times where there were massive windows of opportunity being afforded to both teams. I mean, in the form of ecos being given up when we're talking about the favor of Mongolia, or just random spaces being granted because they're being unaccounted for by the side of Indonesia. So I'm not...
Look, I don't want to say that we were expecting this to be a clean affair, right? We were very much thinking Mongolia could bleed, but we thought it would be bleeding. Hey, maybe if a BO1 goes the other way, it would be because they're sort of messing around a little bit. They're getting over a little aggressive, and we saw some of that coming through, right? There were definitely rounds over there, but generally speaking, there were some great holds coming out. Neora had a few big pop-off moments. Waste of ammo was looking fantastic on the rifle throughout. Later on, started picking it up on the AWP as well. This was, frankly, Indonesia coming out and reminding us that individually, they've got a couple of players that can fight with the best of them.
And bear in mind, all of this was happening as Waste of Ammo wasn't even popping off with the AWP.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, he compensated with the rifle, but then again, he wasn't really compensating for his lack of AWP prowess in the game. He was kind of compensating for the lack of riflery from the rest of his squad, right?
Yeah.
So when that AWP finally clicks, I think this is going to be a much better team. This is going to be a completely different ceiling from Indonesia, but it's just going to take a little bit more time to unlock it.
It's also just a particularly bad matchup, right? Because you're looking over at Yami, who is having just a life game over there on the other side of things. He was pre-firing out Waste of Ammo in every single angle. He had got the op read time and time again. It looked like Yami just had his number constantly. You look at every other team from across the tournament, I don't really know who I can say has got a better opper than Yami. So Waste of Ammo, this was his toughest sort of problem to come through, and now the question is there anything else that maybe could be facing up against them, etc. So now you look over towards the other teams that they're probably going to have to face. Australia doesn't have any of their players who were really dedicated opers consistently. Savage and Hats have picked them up from time to time. Obviously, they're such experienced players. You're looking over towards Palestine. Smokers is a great opper, but he's not the kind of opper who I'm looking at and saying, yeah, through his LAN experience, through his seemingly aeons of Counter-Strike experience that Yami does have in, 18 years? But it's just not the same challenge. Waste of Ammo doesn't have to do the same things anymore in the next few games.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this is something I was thinking about yesterday as well. I think Pakistan got a really good head start by beating Australia because they had a relatively difficult matchup to kick things off to warm them up for the rest of the games. Now, unfortunately, that didn't really work out beautifully, right? That they ended up losing the next couple of games. But still, Indonesia having this level of warm-up now, having to basically play the best Counter-Strike they have to try and inch out that many rounds against Mongolia, this has really prepared them for the rest of the group.
Oh, absolutely. And look, they've got a lot of matches still left to play today. Mongolia, however, coming through, I believe that they're 2-0 now, which almost guarantees them a spot in the playoffs and a spot in Romania. So congratulations to Mongolia. Obviously, two players from there who we didn't really give too much shine to is Nine and Bartek. Numbers-wise, might not have been up there the same way, but Nine and Bartek have got some gargantuan, massive, enormous brains. Yes, and you saw that coming out in a lot of those clutch rounds and a lot of those 2v4s. They were just keeping it together.
Yeah, there were just many times where like some of the big guns, the star players would fall short, and you would suddenly see out of nowhere, Bartek turns up, gets a double kill, Nine follows through, secures a round that they simply shouldn't have been able to get, right? And you know, maybe you look at Nine's scoreline and you're like, okay, it's not all that great, but then you throw back to the first Pista round, he was able to get a 1v3 to kick things off, right? So definitely a lot of impact going on. that wasn't quite being reflected by the scoreboard.
Even if you're looking over towards, later on in the overtime situation and whatnot as well, right? 9 was able to peek forward aggressively, actually op into angles as well, just having a great time, getting some good pickoffs as well, and I'm sure it's going to continue to do that as well. Indonesia's journey is not over yet. They've got 2 more games to play today, which I don't think will be on the stream. We're not sure about the last one, but we'll have that confirmed later on. Right now, coming up next, it's going to be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia facing off versus Uzbekistan. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, we're back again for more action, for more CSGO hype. And this time it's gonna get crazier as Wajih, you know what's happening now, right?
اكيد الحماس واصل حده، ومثل ما شفنا برضو في المباراة الماضية تتكلم من اول مباراة وصلنا الاجواء نقدر نقول عنها يعني نهائي مبكر مثل ما نقول. شفنا التعادل، شفنا كيف الحماس اللي صار بين المنتخبين، ولكن المباراة هذه بتكون ايضا مباراة مشوقة. فاعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بمنتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Saudi Arabia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for their competitor, let's hear it for Uzbekistan.
تحية قوية لمنتخب أوزباكستان. أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، المنتخب السعودي وأيضا المنتخب أوزبكستان جاهزين بكامل استعداداتهم في هذا اليوم والمباراة الثانية في بطولة جيمر زيت، بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية. فأعزائي المشاهدين كلنا متحمسين أن ننطلق ونتوجه لأخواني المعلقين عشان نبدأ فيها المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. طبعا الكل جاهز and everybody's ready for this match between Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan. And now for more hype, let's pass it on to our phenomenal casters. Take it from here.
Wish I'd been given this much praise from my parents as much as I get from the desk host. But thank you so much for sending it back over to us. We're going to be continuing on with the IESF Asian Championship here at Gamers 8. My name is Mamoun Titam Sabri. I'm joined by Faraz Waldadi Abro. If you haven't been with us so far, you've missed out on a fantastic game, but you've come at the greatest time you could have. Because right now, coming up next, it's the hometown heroes. It's Saudi Arabia themselves coming up versus Uzbekistan. I feel like it's Uzbekistan. I wish it was, but you know what? Our team's not doing that well.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting matchup coming up because, Saudi Arabia, obviously, they've got that home ground, so there's a lot of hype around them. But Uzbekistan, nobody was really expecting them to make it through a qualifier where they're up against Kazakhstan, and there's only 3 teams, and one of them qualifies, right? So how the hell does that happen against a team, against a country that has so much history behind them in terms of Counter-Strike? You know, you talked about Kazakhstan, you talked about major players, you talked about major winners as well coming out from Kazakhstan. So with that kind of competition being up against you, I mean, yes, maybe not the players directly, but you know that having a few players endemically that have done great things can definitely boost up the general floor of the region as well. So, I'm not sure how that happened, T-Time.
Well, let's take a look at the region that we're in first and foremost. Obviously, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're going to be featuring those initially. Vark and Oscar, the 2 players flanking either side. You can see, obviously, very legacy storied names. They've both been AWPers throughout most of their Counter-Strike careers. Now it's a question about who will exactly be taking on this mantle here in Riyadh, here and now. Obviously Viking, Risky, Elite Troy, all very much household names. I think Risky in particular is someone who I have kept an eye out for here and there, and especially in some of the major qualifiers that he has actually popped up true in. That being said though, this is very much going to be about the ops and what they can actually get done on the server, because going up against Uzbekistan, you're going up against a team that has got a very buggy style, that's got a very W gaming style at times, and you need those ops to be able to activate to actually stop that from happening.
Yeah, now the question is, right, who is going to be wielding that AWP? Because that's sort of something that Mongolia threw us in for a loop for. You know, we weren't sure, okay, do they really want Yami on the forefront? Do they want Kaz? Do they want 9? Because they were definitely passing it around a little bit. And of course, part of that is because they want to have all of that flexibility just to throw a spanner in the works. But, of course, I'm not sure if all that flexibility is going to be afforded to Saudi Arabia, so they are going to have to stick to their guns. Now, on the other hand, we've got Team Uzbekistan. Now, their roster, I don't think it's a particularly decorated roster in terms of the history around the region, but the fact that they've made it against lineups like Kazakhstan from the region, and they've done so quite convincingly against the other squad as well, there's definitely quite a bit of oomph behind them.
I think even more so when you consider the idea that if I want to hype up the viewers back at home and over here, you should know that this team has been playing together for every single ESEA season for the past 8-9 seasons or so, maybe even more. Traffic Tashkent team is their name over on ESEA, and don't be deceived by the lack of creativity in the Triple T. They are very much coming through with some heavy firepower. They missed playoffs by just one game in the previous season as well. Obviously, the problem that they might end up having is that they don't have one of their very influential players in Aoki Fly, who has been a core component of their campaigns. He has been so good, and they do generally run a 6-man roster, but Aoki Fly is one of the more consistent players in the team. He generally gets to play some of the most influential positions on the map, like connector and whatnot, so him not being here is actually going to be a really big deal. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how they shape up around him regardless. The one thing that I am very interested about, though, is actually that double op for Saudi Arabia might be really good versus these guys, because Uzbekistan, they love getting aggressive. They love, sort of testing out the water. I see in particular, sometimes will just completely get onto a bomb site all on his own and try and overcommit to it, sort of what we saw Senzu doing in the previous game. But now to see him coming out, I actually think Saudi having a double op could be the best thing that they can actually go for.
I mean, I'm not too sure about that, to be honest, because, like, yes, you've got that double op setup, but then you're also making your team a much more resource-heavy team, and I don't think Uzbekistan is going to afford that many opportunities for those double ops to be brought up. So, in theory, yes, you can make it work, and especially with the fact that the firepower of Uzbekistan has been stifled a little bit with one of their very influential players being taken away, of course, that double op becomes even more strong, but I'm not sure how much Uzbekistan is going to be affected by this.
These guys are very much a type of team which, Michael, shout out to Yumi TV, obviously not here right now, but Michael talks about these teams that are effectively water, which is that you keep trying to pour it into a container and you're figuring out where the holes are. And the question is always, will the water run out first or will they find the holes? Because every single one of these players will very aggressively go forward in maps, and I think Mirage is a classic example of this, where I see Will just jump out of Palace. They're going to very heavily contest mid, try and go for trades, individually push out in places which are going to make them very isolated, but also sometimes very unexpected, and defenses that are spread out on large maps like Mirage, like Overpass, they can have a real issue.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely quite a bit of wiggle room and areas for the team to break down, right? But that's sort of been the general theme of most tournaments that have been national cups, right? Because you're always going to have many more holes in the bucket when you have lineups that have been pieced together at the very end. Yeah. But this is one of the advantages that Uzbekistan actually have. Yes, they're kind of missing out on an influential player, sure, but you've got at least 4 players that have been playing for 8-9 seasons of ESEA.
All 5 of these players have been playing together, don't get me wrong. It's just that sometimes they rotate out
them around.
one of the players.
Yeah, because they have a 6-man lineup.
Yeah, so they have experienced all 5 of them playing together as well, right? I don't want to take that away from them.
Yeah, so just having all of that experience being pieced together, this is one of the biggest advantages you can have when heading into national cups, right? And yes, Indonesia struggled against Mongolia, but there were times where you could kind of see that even though Indonesia, they didn't have all of that firepower, they didn't have like the competence of Yami, for example, just that little bit of extra team cohesion that they had, the missed timings from Mongolia, they were able to capitalize on it. So when you have a team like Uzbekistan, who are arguably the better team in the situation when they're playing against Saudi Arabia, when they also have the advantage of having been a team for that long, this is going to be a very deadly game for Saudi.
I will say this, though, the Saudi scene is very much a scene that has been playing together very heavily for quite a while now. So it's not like there are any strangers over here in the KSA side either. Sure, we've seen Vark and Oscar go against each other a lot as well, but they have united together in the past for local teams and local lineups that they're actually trying to put together. So this is not going to be a, hey, this is just to cobble together a national team. right? This is a legitimate team that has been playing a lot of campaigns over here because obviously Saudi has its own circuit sometimes, popping up with some really large tournaments. They've had some serious practice. They're getting to practice Europeans as well. Uzbekistan as well does share some of that same privilege where they do actually play in Europe for their ESEA seasons and whatnot, right? So this is going to be actually a very interesting stylistic matchup coming through between two sort of tier 2.5 EU side teams if you're actually putting them together. But on the national stage, on the LAN stage, now we very rarely get to see these guys on 5 ping. That's a huge difference maker because this is where I think Uzbekistan is kind of sussy to get with the Zoomers. But I do think they're a little bit suspect in that regards because the peaks that they go for and the plays that they go for sometimes seem to me like they might be exploiting the idea that they are on slightly higher ping. The peaker's advantage really helps them out over there. And there's these habits that's why I keep going back to the point of the double up. The Saudi players have a lot more practice playing on low ping on LAN because of the really effective local circuit that the Saudi Esports Federation and other companies have actually been able to put together for them. So I'm a little bit worried, to be honest, for the Uzbeki side.
Okay. Now, I don't really agree with you on this because I do think that the whole ping advantage and peaker's advantage thing is basically just cope, because that's what every European player says to me when I stomp them on my 1500 elo. But the thing is, right, it's very interesting that you brought up the whole Saudi scene because it has a very strong parallel with our scene, like the Pakistani scene, where although the Pakistani scene hasn't been all that successful, you generally had the structure that the old guard would build up, and they would slowly incorporate player after player to the point where the old guard would eventually just be it would eventually just be phased out, right? But this is even more potent in countries like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, where you don't really have many international players coming in, right? So all of these players, although you might not recognize any of these names from, like, let's say, going all the way back to times like Risky, which later turned into Nasser, there's definitely hints of that sort of upbringing that has been passed down all the way from basically a decade ago, right? Because they've slowly incorporated all of these players and phased the old ones out.
Absolutely, and this is where we have to sort of also keep an eye out for a few of the veterans that are there. I mean, Vark and company are still back in position, but obviously, I think Uzbekistan comes in with a lot less experience just on the LAN stage in general for us. And I know you're talking about how peak advantage and everything isn't really a thing, but at the same time, I have to also point out the idea that when you add in all of the pressure, when you add in all of the question marks that, hey, will they be playing the same style? We saw Senzu getting exploited really hard by Indonesia initially in that first stage of the matchup. And I think Icy is the kind of player who could actually have some very similar issues popping up. Wetfi as well. Look, he's AWPing on an impossible situation where he's playing on 90 ping. I think AWPing is probably the most difficult thing to do on a high level when you're playing on higher ping. But this is where I don't know if he's going to match up the same way either. He's not looked as impressive as the rest of the riflers on his team. Frog's been a very good anchor player, but beyond that, sometimes rotation timings were a little bit off. I actually think this might be a KSA-favored matchup.
I'm actually interested in hearing your thoughts about how Mirage affects this personally, because I think that the idea of like double ops and just the team cohesion that Team Saudi Arabia can have, all of that like tying into Mirage, I think that significantly boosts their confidence and just their chances, and also the fact that Uzbekistan, one of their influential players who's generally playing connector, for example, he's not playing in this matchup. So I think being on Mirage also favors Saudi Arabia a little bit.
It does, but also at the same time, when you're talking about these sort of water-esque teams that are just going to be running out onto bomb sites and trying to find openings, I think Mirage is definitely the classic example of one where the most can be done. So on the T side, you're going to see these guys really sometimes sending 3 players barreling down middle, and they're just going to trade 1-for-1 wherever they can. So they will literally just die in the first player. But what happens is that very often, players will make the mistake of overextending after that and trying to go for more kills, because Mirage is also that buggy style of map. You're saying, flash for me middle, I'm going to take another peek, and that's where you get punished. So if you can stop that second peek from coming through, I think Mirage could actually favor Saudi very much so. But I'm not quite sure if they've got that in them. The Arabic peak is famous for a reason.
Yeah, for sure. On a side note, though, we do have a bit of a hold-up, right, while the players are getting readied up. How would you pronounce Icy's full name? Like, just
I wouldn't. I'd just say icy.
no, because like the way I see it, I see it.
Hey.
Earlier you said something like isolated, and I was like, oh man, I missed my chance at making a joke. But I think he tried to write I Cyclone, and then like he hit the V key.
I just think this is like kids are trying to be cool, like Post Malone, so he's icy Valone instead. Yeah. You know, he's a sunflower. Sorry, copyright. My bad.
No, Post Malone hasn't been cool for a while. Come on.
Really?
Hasn't? Come on. I mean, you
Dude.
keep up with the Zoomers. Come on.
Look, man, I said sussy. That's pretty much all I'm doing for keeping up with the boomers.
Among Us was like in 2020, so like you're 3 years late on that.
Oh, well, listen. I don't think I can keep up with the Zoomers, otherwise I'd be out there on the server trying to keep up with them over there instead. Unfortunately, though, Team Pakistan hasn't been keeping up too well either. I do believe that they have to face up against Mongolia, which is going to be practically a do-or-die situation. I don't really see much hope for them in coming through over there, but also on the other side of the bracket, there's going to be even more to sort of keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, you say do or die, right? But like, I don't have much faith in the do part, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there have been flashes in the pan where I've started to think, okay, you know, maybe Pakistan has the firepower. Pakistan has like enough cohesion to potentially get it across the line. We saw them perform well against Australia, but then Australia really did drop the ball as well against them, right? I think heading into this, just based off of brand value, just knowing that, you know, Australia has the likes of Hats on the team, you would expect them to be a much stronger lineup, but then Australia hasn't really shown that they can that they've got the medal in this particular tournament, even though they have performed well beyond that point. So unless Pakistan have yet another game where they're just swinging straight out of the gates and like they can fully capitalize on that best of one advantage, also take advantage of the fact that, you know, Mongolia, they're gonna have a much more chill game because this essentially qualifies them, right? So maybe they can still eke one out, but like the maybe is like a hard underlined, italics, bold, 72 font size. Not too sure if that's going to happen, though.
Uzbekistan is another one of the teams that has 3 games today. I think they've already played one versus Iran earlier on. I'm just trying to find out the result of that. Obviously, hasn't quite been updated in my database, but I'm sure I'll get an answer to that pretty soon on the group. Regardless, though, Uzbekistan before that game was 1-0. They had a very convincing showing initially versus India, 16-7 on Ancient. India, despite being 0-3 down, Faraz, you were telling me that actually was quite competitive in the other maps that they didn't play up against Uzbekistan.
Yeah, the thing for India, right, has been that oftentimes it looks like they've gotten all the pieces together. You finally start to think, okay, you know, they're going to get this one across the line. But then they lose 1vXs, they drop the ball in advantageous situations. They're literally having moments where they're whiffing on players that are not looking at them, right? And I was talking to the players a little bit as well, and they're like, yeah, this, like, we didn't feel like our comms was like falling apart or anything. We just felt like we couldn't click on them properly. Like that's basically what it boiled down to. Now, don't get me wrong. They did talk a little bit about just like the comms also breaking down in the future matches. But at least like where they got stomped, they're like, okay, yeah, aim simply wasn't there. The A game, not even part of the question. The B game wasn't there. So like we're digging through the rest of the alphabet to try and find how we're going to rank that one.
Look, man, we're Counter-Strike players. We don't know how to go past B anyway, right? So
fair enough.
It's perfectly fine. We don't touch C. That's the other game. For India, obviously, it's a very complicated dynamic though between the players, right? There's 3 players who are all on the same team playing in domestic leagues, and then there's one Cloud, I believe, who's playing on God's Reign, which is a different team. It's one of their main opposition, so you don't really want to be giving away too many things over there either, because you're thinking, oh, he's my rival. I don't want him to get better, but also I do want to get to Romania, and I do want to win the Asian Championship. What do I do? It's actually a very complicated dynamic to sort out, especially because if I remember correctly, 4 of the Team India players were actually playing official matches in separate teams last week. Yeah. So you probably haven't had any practice together, if we're being realistic.
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic is so weird because, like, from Team Australia, Gump officially plays in Revenant India, which is an Indian team, right? So if India and Australia would both qualify, they would be playing against each other, and they would just be playing against their own team. So, yeah, it can definitely get very, very complicated.
Well, good guy India in that case, because they're really not looking like they're going to qualify. They don't want to be breaking their boys' heart over there, just thinking, oh, well, you know, we're so sorry we have to beat you like this. It's going to be such an awkward flight back home and whatnot as well, right? Yeah, they're chilling. They're good to go.
Speaking of good to go, I think we should be getting ready with the game.
We don't
very
say that.
soon
We don't
as well.
say that till
It's
the
called-
game's on.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh.
You see the not ready, you're not allowed to say that it's ready.
Yes, yes.
I think
exactly.
I think we were just waiting for one more of the players to connect, but I think for the most part, things should be ready to go very soon.
Yeah, and by the way, I do want to quickly talk about the venue and everything as well, because I came here and thinking, okay, let's see what it's like and everything. I don't really know what to expect. I've never been to Riyadh before. This venue is sick. This is the one that they consistently use for the Saudi E-leagues as well and whatnot. That happen, I think, 8 months a year or so. But in general, this entire facility that goes even beyond this particular part, and obviously anyone who's sort of on the fence about coming to Gamers 8, please do come. This is crazy. It's a 20,000 square foot venue that has so much going on. If I'm not wrong, I think the PUBG Mobile World Cup is also going on at the same time in the same venue close by as well. There's so much cool stuff happening, and obviously one of the coolest things that's going to be happening is this game that we're about to get right into. The knife round is getting underway.
And now we wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
indeed.
we don't. We don't wait. We don't wait. We're going straight into it. Hang on. I'm just trying to... Okay, so I got a little confused because one of the player names says Cyclone, and that's because the player is muted.
Bell as well.
Yeah. I was like, is that icy or no? But no. Okay, so Saudi Arabia, they've won the knife round. I'm interested in seeing, well, it doesn't really seem like they're going to want to take anything other than CT.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that we were highlighting their double up so much.
Yeah.
You probably do want to just start off on the CT side.
Just maximize your chances at, like, you know, have the most amount of rounds on the CT side possible, right? Don't want to be in a position where you just kind of drop it on T and then not really get too many chances at all.
Yeah, so they will just start off on the CT side. A lot of this will come down to economy management and seeing how much they prioritize double up, right? We might just be wrong, right? Because for us, you talked about how waste of ammo is going to have a really good opping, potentially could be taking over the game and everything, and he did, just not with the op. So maybe today is a day of oppers on rifles.
I mean, maybe, but we'll see. Obviously, the burden of raising or dropping the floor and sealing of a team can often come down to the shoulders of the AWP player. Saudi Arabia starting off on the CT side. Uzbekistan on the T. Only one player over towards B apartments, just making sure that information is going to be present, and he's going to be able to come in late from connector. Everybody else getting ready for an A-pop.
Manticore's already gained so much ground. There's no one here to contest them. They want to play full retake A, but the fact that they've got 2 players back in B could be a problem. Cyclone, the unknown, comes through with 3. And of course, we do have 3 players whose names we are not sure of, but we're going to try and get that sorted as soon as possible. Bulldog is also not the player. This is not Dota 2.
The line we do not tread.
Triple kills from the unknowns, though. Cyclone and Bulldog, both of them getting it done. So, yeah, I guess this is just how it is. But I do believe, at least for Uzbekistan, we can find out who that last player is just by eliminating. It's Icy. It's Icy. It's Icy Valone.
Post-Iceable. Yeah, my brain... Now that you said it, my brain won't be able to unread it that way.
I like the fact that Saudi's gone for the double flashes. I really appreciate that when teams are on ecos, they just buy a little bit of util. They get a kill out of it as well, which is quite nice. Make it 2. All right. Now, we're going to eventually figure out the Saudi player names as well, because Cyclone's got an op, so that's Vark. Unless he drops it. In which case, it's
Yeah, just adding more and more layers to the confusion.
So it's probably Vark and Risky. So Risky is on Bell, if I'm not wrong, and Cyclone should be Vark.
But Cyclone is not IC alone. Just to make it clear for the viewers.
Right, obviously.
Obviously. But yeah, Saudi Arabia, they do have that double op setup now, Oscar and Vark. Now we know for sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, AWP shot onto Frock. This is kind of already starting the way we expected it to, right? For those double ops to make it work. And Risky being able to get one. Vark connects his second as well.
Yo, are we right about something?
Like, yo, hello, Saudi Arabia, coaching slot for me?
I mean, they've already got it right. Like
Yeah, like what
they
do they need
figured it
us
out
for?
from their own. But no, on a serious note, this is actually very important to see this coming through early on in rounds where they have very little utility. The fact that Saudi actually sends 2 players forward towards A main initially just to play for anyone trying to rush out in case the option is missed or there's multiple players there. That's quite nice to see, as well as the fact that even initially Risky gets aggressive. If I'm not wrong, he took the Woxic boost up. Kanchan in the meanwhile will at least make an expensive. He had a chance to clean out the third as well, but Leroy will finish him off.
Yeah, what's really important is that Saudi had a very clear resolve heading into this game, right? Because the fact that they've bought a double AWP setup in the first 3 rounds just signifies that that was the game plan all along. Otherwise, you wouldn't take that kind of risk. But it has paid off. Both AWPs securing a kill apiece.
I've also just got confirmation that Uzbekistan did win versus Iran, so they are 2-0 right now in their group, which guarantees them almost a slot in the top 3. Now they're fighting for a slot in the top 2 and the upper bracket as a result of that, should they win this.
Oh, nade narrowly avoided. Tech9 coming swinging out. It can be very dangerous. Catches the short player, and now they've only got to contend with one. The AK being dropped, and Uzbekistan, with very little weaponry, they've been able to crack this bomb site right open. I'm not even sure if Saudi Arabia want to try and go for this. I mean, they are against pistols, so a case could be made. Risky. Right up, M4, they're lined up. All of them fall apart, and the one man... The fires are going to be snapping away at his feet, and there is not a damn thing he can do. He's trying to stay alive, but he is one USB shot away from... What? No! Oh, Canshine! He swings out and gets 2, but, I mean, he's eventually taken care of, but that got a little too dicey.
I mean, the fact that Vark is able to move through and get that double kill onto the bench players is just insane in the first place, but Canshine... That should not have been possible in the slightest. The amount of damage he's doing is really important as well for us, because we've stressed again and again, double up, double up.
Oh, yeah.
You can't have that if you're letting Kanchan get away with that much. The first round that they lost, Kanchan gets himself 2 kills, almost 3. Now gets himself down to a 1v1 again. This is really good stuff.
Straight into middle now. Uzbekistan have a single AWP. They're just trying to make sure they can brute force their way into middle. And Saudi Arabia are playing a very conservative setup here. They're playing both sides as passively as they possibly can, with the exception of this B apartments push coming out from Vark.
You say that, but also at the same time, Viking has been
kind of aggressive on that, actually.
Like they've got Palace, they had a presence towards A main, and they had aggression from Oscar over towards the B bomb side. So this is complete abandonment of middle, but they're trading it out for so much space in either side.
And Leroy is everything, right? The fact that he can come in from behind, there's no way they expect him that quickly. As soon as they start to pop out, they're going to have to watch out for him. Wetfire, though, expecting that gap because they were initially focused on middle, so they do have that in the back of their mind. Oscar, opening kill. Viking being able to swing out, nearly had the lineup, but he just can't secure it. Frock and Manticore now scrambling onto the bomb site, and Manticore doesn't quite have the HP to sustain damage from an AWP, even through the box. But it's going to be a nade to catch him instead. Frock now in a 1-on-2.
Frock's just playing it patient from inside connected. They're going to be worried about the bottom connected peak, but Frock Patience isn't exactly going to be playing out in his favor. This angle at the very least is fantastic. Oscar trying to make his way over. Op will be revealing itself. Wide swing out, but the defuse should be there regardless. Oscar, kit or no kit, will have plenty of time for that one. I actually think that the kill that they found onto the Palace player was because they were worried about a B push.
Yeah, maybe. Especially because Saudi Arabia have previously shown that they're quite okay with heading into B apartments to try and get early information. With the amount of time they spent on middle, there was definitely enough time for the B apartments player to potentially have already pushed up and gone all the way around. Uzbekistan now, not a whole lot of money to fall back onto, so pistols are the way to go. Some Kevlar thrown in there as well, and I mean, they had a really decent shot at a bomb site before with just pistols, and with Wet Fire and Frog getting stuff done, I think they might just have this a bomb site. Only 2 players remaining now for the CTs, and they are no longer part of the conversation much. Kind of seeming like the CTs are the ones on an eco.
This is insane. Frog just bopping out heads. Honestly, there's nothing I can even say about that other than the fact that, hey man, sometimes it just do be like that. All 5 players kept alive.
I mean, this is obviously where you, if you're any sane player, and if this was a pug, this is where you look to your keyboard and start hunting for the GGEZ keys.
Yeah,
But
yeah, true. I agree. Something tells me these guys might already know where they are, considering how many are muted. If you're looking for toxic players, well, actually no, they're probably muted because they're speaking in different languages. That's more common.
you're right.
Always a pain to try and get some of your local tongue out. Stack on the A-bomb side from Saudi. It's interesting that Viking and Risky have both bought down to just $100. Actually, only only Vark and Oscar have got a bit more money, which makes sense considering they want to be the ones picking up the op, but I do feel like this might be an overcommitment, which will cause them to lack a lot of utility later on. Would have been nice to see just a comfortable 500-600 across the board.
Slower pace now, with the exception of Manticore, who is flirting with a fight in connector potentially, waiting for Uzbekistan to, the rest of Uzbekistan to join him soon. Since Molly goes out, ooh, is that a miss Molly? Not going to be able to convince somebody to come out from under Palace, but at least they should be able to put a lid on it regardless, because they've just got that better weaponry. But man,
he's completely undetected on the bomb site itself, but the problem is he's actually moved out from Ninja. Not quite at the right timing. He was trying to buy some space for Leetroy to come through and find a few kills, but unfortunately both of their positioning ends up going for pretty much nothing.
and this is where Saudi Arabia are hit where they hurt, right? The fact that they don't have enough money to be able to supplement that kind of play style that they've idealized in their heads, right? The fact that they went for the double AWP setup straight in the 3rd round means that they're willing to risk it all just to have that setup, and now they don't have the money for it.
Flashbang avoided, sure, but Frog just speaks out and gets the kill regardless. Isn't expecting the second, and that is an AK recovered.
AK could do quite a bit of damage, and they've already started rotating the boys over to B as well.
I'm surprised that they're actually rotating over the AK.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect it to be saved, especially because that allows them to have that extra bit of oomph and have that AWP as well.
Risky's going to be moving back to save it.
Is he? Why is he sticking around?
He's just hoping that he can get a little bit of extra damage onto Uzbekistan, because with the kills that they found especially, this gives him a bit more space to buy utility around the ops. Just the extra smoke, extra flasher, so it does actually go a long way, the kill bonus, but yeah, he just ends up fading away towards the end of it all. One of the things that you do see players go for, and I don't agree with this, but I sort of get it, is that they don't want to let an economy go more out of control when it's already sort of at that tipping point. But unfortunately, Uzbekistan has got 5 digits and 3 players who already have weapons. look at how bad the util is. No flashes for Vikings, so the A bomb set's going to be a little bit weaker. You're having Risky go over towards B, so you won't have the initial double flash for mid, even if you wanted to contest that, now you can't. And with a single op, you want to contest mid. It's not the double op situation.
Yeah, and the fact that they miss out on those early mid flashes as well makes Uzbekistan realize that this mid presence is entirely unknown, or it's entirely absent. They can take it with relative ease, don't have to use a whole lot of utility, just have to use a smoke. They've got quite a bit of room to work with. Risky being able to put Leroy in the ground. Does take a bit of a scratch on the way, but it's still a man advantage. And Uzbekistan are going to slow things down a little bit. Recollect their thoughts. Join the Palace player who has already been making sure that there hasn't been a push just yet from Palace. Ramp is really the only thing they need to check. But the fact that Saudi Arabia have 3 players at the ready here, this is probably the best case scenario for Saudi, for them to head over to the A-bomb site when there is so little utility on them.
There are also only 2 smokes for Uzbekistan, so they need to make some sort of a contact play because they are aware of the fact that there's an op on the other side. I do believe our scope was heard. Gap in the smoke, but it can't be exploited. Fade away, but position is at the very least very much known. Bark is good for the first. Frog is taken down. That's the presence taken away from Palace. There is a swing out to try and counter, but Kanshine can't find anything with Oscar on the other side of it. He's taken down Kanshine. Oscar traded out finally. And Risky's just too far off. He cannot rotate in time.
That was a really good hold from Saudi Arabia, but then they ended up dropping the ball. Now Risky moving in, nearly connects the headshot, but Red Fi is too quick on the trigger. 6-3. There were some flashes in the pan initially. Saudi Arabia, we saw some promise. Now they're starting to crumble, especially as soon as that economy starts to have the rug pulled out from under it. You can see that their performance very sharply declines, so there's definitely some reliance on having sort of an ideal buy. Oh, I think Kanchan might have spotted a player going in an underpass. He's going to get straight for it. You can tell that IC is ready for him as well. Doesn't really matter. Kanchan is able to get it done regardless.
Ooh. Okay.
They had 1 point to like sort of negotiate with that mag 7, but I'm not even sure what it's doing in that position because it's kind of useless then. Last line of defense falls as well, and
look, this is an anti-eco. They're doing a great job of it, right? This is chilling. I hope that Saudi's taking this time to actually recollect and use this sort of like a pseudo-tactical timeout. Oscar is going to be hoping to find a kill, will be able to collect. With Manticore down, there is still Kanshine to deal with, but this is still a 1v1. If Oscar can get a bit more damage out, maybe get away with the AK, there is something to be talked about, but unfortunately can't do so. Will, however, have gotten $600 extra, which, like I said before, does go a long way if you want to try double opping. I really hope they go back to it, and indeed they will. By the way, I do want to give some love out over towards WEC23 and Kanshine, both now sitting on 12 and 12 kills apiece. 3 KD for WEC23, 2 for Kanshine, so some pretty damn good stuff coming out of them. Well, there goes Vark.
Oh. Yeah, big opener from WEC23. And Risky, I think he's incentivized to try and push and maybe get something done on middle. But any options they initially have, completely denied. Great flash from Oscar for Viking to peek out as well. And they now quickly know that they don't really have to negotiate too much here. Getting ready for an apartments pop. Uzbekistan want to quicken up the pace a little bit. They've got 3 players at the ready. Leroy is able to get the first one. Risky as well, chimes in. And Manticore, surprisingly, is able to fight back instantly. But recedes back into apartments, knows that he's still got a minute on the clock, and because his teammate is all the way over towards the A side as well, now he's got the responsibility to communicate that information. Bring that bomb over. I've got this A side under lock and key. We can still get the plant down.
The only question is how far will Frog go? Frog is generally a little bit more conservative off the lot, so would be expecting him to chill out. But if he tries to peek forward, Viking is holding the angle on the other side. Their adjustment in verticality was a bit too much to ask for. And Frog will fall. 1-on-3, Manticore. Again, for Saudi Arabia, it's not just about getting the win, it's about keeping the players alive as well. The second re-op will probably not be savable unless you get the kill very quickly. You have to go all the way back to window for it. But Manticore, right now, he doesn't even want them to think about saving. Just wants to try and prevent this bomb from being defused. There is no smoke. He does have a Molotov. If he can get a quick kill, pull it out, that would be big. But Oscar covers off Palace, and there you have it. It will be the 4th round out for Saudi Arabia, and they will not be able to recover that second re-op. Interestingly enough, for us, Oscar threw that flash through connector, which allows him to bring it back to 4v4. That's a very brave play to go for, because Frog has been playing inside A main. It's Oscar who's actually been the one to take him down once or twice. So the fact that he just tries to chuck a flashbang out from practically in the open in a place where he can't be punished, and his awareness is there to help his teammate, that's quite nice to see.
Definitely the little details that go a long way here. Uzbekistan have been very consistently prioritizing mid, just having all of that aggression here. And in response, Saudi Arabia, I mean, I wouldn't even say as a response, I think just in general, Saudi Arabia's a relatively passive playstyle where they're not really going for those early flashes and early pushes over towards middle. That's allowing Uzbekistan to get a little bit too much space. Now the question is Icy even going to be checked? He creeps in, that's the first headshot, and a lot of damage on top of it as well. But the CTs, they've been able to minimize it. Vark, with only 19 points of health, he still nips it in the bud. Oscar wanting to peek Cal, but he's overwhelmed by the 2 angles. And this has just been an all Uzbekistan show as soon as they've started to flirt with the A bomb site.
That is honestly just a mess. You can't be leaving mid open like that and then also not having anyone who can account for the idea of Icy, or, you know, in the past it was Manticore, who was almost able to make the same play happen. You need to account for those players being able to run up the bench very, very quickly and make the jump over. Not to mention, even the op just swinging out like that on Oscar, very much in the open, trying to go for a hero play, no flashes, no nothing to go with it. And this is where for us, I talked in the pregame about how economy management is very important. The problem is that when you're going for these double op setups, even one of these rounds where you're going for Deagles and Kevlar and things like that will make it so throughout the rest of the game it feels like you just never have enough flashes, you just never have enough Molotovs. And that does sort of seem to be the position that the Kingdom is finding itself in.
Honestly, if they're going for riskier investments, I would really like them to see also go for riskier plays where they're actually trying to take control of middle, trying to threaten Uzbekistan. Because look at this. The T side never feels the need to use any utility to actually take control of middle, right? Yeah. They are here on middle with a full set of utility, and until there's initial pressure for Saudi Arabia to build up that conditioning for Uzbekistan to have to use utility, that's a problem that's not going to be curbed. Deagle peeking out in apartments. I see taking a little bit of damage, but he is able to at least not die off of that. Farah knows Oscar is right under him, allows a teammate to die as well. This should be still a pretty comfortable round for Uzbekistan, unless we see something crazy.
Look, Leroy does have a rifle and he is nearby.
Nearby? I mean, debatable.
Oh, sorry, I definitely read the numbers wrong on the minimap. Yeah, he's not nearby. There's no chance. Never mind. No insanity will ensue. And one of the things that we talked practically not at all about is the idea of the D side for Saudi. Because, hey, double up this, double up that. You're not double upping on the D side. So what is that win condition going to look like over there? Because right now, it does just seem like Uzbekistan have got money for the rest of the half. They've got already as many rounds as you could honestly hope for, and more beyond that. how do you try and turn this around to even give yourself a chance on that T side?
Yeah, now obviously it is becoming pretty apparent that the strategic depth for Saudi Arabia is a little bit shallow as far as their CT side is concerned, because they've only really had 2 highlight plays, right? They've had a little bit of aggression in Palace and Apartments, and the fact that they're playing an unorthodox setup with Economy, right? They're playing double AWPs, and even that isn't particularly unorthodox. So if this pony only knows 2 tricks, then it's in a lot of trouble at the show.
Yeah, that's like when you get told to go to like a national television, American Idol kind of thing, just because you did well at singing back at home. It's like, well, you know, you did know that one song, but Wonderwall isn't going to carry you to the finals. And no, but baby doesn't work on me.
Well, they might be singing the same tune once again.
I mean, well, they did go for mid-pressure.
Yeah.
Just didn't have what it was needed with it. No flashes this time through the smoke, and they've completely lost it, completely lost mid. Leroy, second player in connector, will be trying to make a play in from behind, hoping that he will not be peeked out underneath. It's another from Risky, but it is traded out, and Canshine continues it through. Only Vark left.
It's crazy because they're making, it's not like they're making good plays, they're making parts of good plays, right? When they've got aggression, they don't really have anything else going on the other side of the map. The one time they do actually commit the AWP down towards middle, there's a disjointed push from connector that is also not accompanied by a flashbang. So the idea is there, but the execution...
And look, here's the thing. You're playing up against a team that embodies the idea of speed in their T side, right? Sure, we can talk about how, Oscar missed the jump out for short because that's what he's going for. That's why he drops down into underpass. But he's speaking back out over underpass thinking, yeah, man, there's probably a guy behind carts or something. That's the orthodox play. But the idea that Uzbekistan rushes 3 players forward almost instantly to try and just make it to the connector and make it to the catwalk in a way that they can face connector with 3 players, that'll just catch them off. Unfortunately, you're not used to a style like this. That's why this is a style that is very much going to find those holes very quickly, because you are not going to get to practice against a team that sends 3 players down middle within the first 8 seconds.
I mean, even if they get this round, right, it's not going to be a particularly favorable half. I mean, 5 rounds, not a whole lot to bargain with when you're on the T side, so... Yet another double AWP being brought out. I mean, it worked at the start, right? They had a good opener initially, but time and time again, that has proven to be a one-trick... Oh, Rico. Very comfortably able to dominate connector. Doesn't let them through. And backs off as soon as the smoke expires, so... Uzbekistan, I mean, conveniently enough, right? Uzbekistan also haven't really gone for any other plays than just taking control of middle and then trying to play off the off of the mid round. But yeah, like that's exactly what I'm saying. Because Saudi haven't changed anything, Uzbekistan are like, let's not change what's working either. It's not a bad strategy to go by, and now Uzbekistan, off the mid round, they're going to be routing their efforts towards this B bomb site. Only 1 player on the other side in the form of Risky. He's going to have a very, very difficult defense if he decides to push through. If they decide to push through.
Risky, missing out on the first few shots. This might be it. Remember, they've still got a lot of utility to work. Oh no, the silencer as well. He right-clicks accidentally. He's missed his position. Manticore will just shut him down. The pressure. Too much for an anchor, and that is not something you ever want to say. Oscar is likely a dead man walking as well. Indeed, Wetfire will just take him down, and a knife out for Viking might have been replaced by a weapon, but it will not matter. 11-4, and for us, I have to say Saudi Arabia not looking good at all. They very evidently came into this with a game plan, and they're trying to follow it. It's just, unfortunately, they haven't really completely thought out what else the game plan needs to succeed. It's just kind of crazy.
Okay, so the problem with having a game plan, with having such a concrete game plan, right, is that you can't allow yourself to turtle up into the same game plan if it's evident that it's not working, right? Yes, you've got the first 3 rounds, or like Like, you initially had good luck with it, but if it's not working, then you need to have a plan B. You need to have a plan C.
I agree, absolutely. But the issue is even Plan A wasn't really looking like it was completely optimized for Plan A. But maybe the pistol round can actually change things around.
I would argue that it wasn't even much of a plan. It was more of a gimmick, right? Like, not really, but, well, they've got a chance at salvation still because here they are, pistol round underway. And Leroy's been able to get the opener. Now, problem is the USPs are responding. 2-for-2 trade. Oscar is able to creep into jungle and bring the numbers down even further. Uzbekistan only have one line of defense remaining on A. Frog is going to hit his initial shots. Gets the player in connector as well, and I cannot believe he's gotten away with it. Really incredible flicks here, and Manticore, at least he's been brought down so low that Leroy isn't really an issue. Uzbekistan with 12. This is looking tough, T-Time.
Yeah, it's a hard life.
Do they go for double scout? Oh my god, they went for double scout as well.
Listen,
I like this. I mean, in isolation.
Where it doesn't matter. You have to play into your comfort if you're force buying. The scout, the deagle, the tech 9, whatever you want to go for it, but then find some kills. Oscar's the only one to actually try and contend it down the middle, but he is just initially facing up versus Famas. Domed off, can shine. A clean headshot is all it'll take when you don't have head armor. Saudi seem to have reverted to bug mode.
Ooh. I mean, it's a good shot, but unfortunately not going to be very impactful in the grand scheme of things, unless they can get a round conversion. So a lot more of that is to be needed. Bomb now getting ready to go over towards B. Jump spot should buy them enough time for the rotations to be called in as well. Manticore has an early rotation that can come in, doesn't chuck the nade, instead switches over to the MP9, has faith in his ability to simply mow them down, and he should be able to. Cyclone is struggling, is able to fight back. Manticore falls. And with just this solitary player and a scout rifle, there will be no dreams to be had. 13-4.
Nice try from Mark, I suppose, but it is just an impossible situation. And now the half buys, the continual attempts will start. Saudi has accepted what is likely to be this defeat to come through. The way these buys are coming through, if it is not a hero moment, then it is no time at all. And even just the fast buy being set up for the A-bomb site. No util behind it, just 2 flashes, that's all they've got. Leetroy's taken down, so one prong of the attack is already out. Frog, nice movement right down on the Palace. Flashes are great, and Frog's spray is even better. Wetfire trying to lend a hand over. Frog will end it. Oh, he is looking stylish with 4.
Uzbekistan have made an incredibly strong case for themselves. Now Saudi Arabia with potentially their last solid chance. The AWP has been brought out once again, but with a 10-round deficit, they need a miracle to get this done. Uzbekistan knowing that Uzbekistan have already qualified, right, from the top 2?
Yes, but
and this
if
is for the upper
this,
bracket.
they get the upper bracket.
Yeah, so they're 2 rounds away from having the upper bracket advantage. And you talked about stylish, and Frog has put a suit on. He is getting ready to go to their funeral. But Saudi Arabia, they're not ready to start delivering eulogies just yet.
I mean, if they're dead, it's, you know, maybe it should be Pakistan delivering the eulogy or something. I'm not sure.
We'll figure it out on the way. The logistics of funerals are a business anyway.
Manticore and Icy both trying to collect together on the A-bomb site. That is maybe even going to end up being the right play for them to make. Like, this is just pure gamble, but it is kind of insane that all they had to do is just chill out on A, but obviously they have now chosen to split up, so there's still a chance that maybe Manticore drops the ball, but with how sharp he has been, it has to be Vark to actually open up this bomb site. Just try and use the AWB first, go for the quick peek forward. If you can catch Manticore on the jump spot, that would be big. And indeed, there was a chance, but the scope in later on, Molotov will come out, but it's immediately smoked off as well. Manticore has no business whatsoever, does not want to try and contend this in the slightest. Good grenade as well. Viking brought down low, flashes and the like to continue raining forward. Viking should be a free kill, and they know there's an AWP on the other side. They did see it earlier on. Manticore gets the first, and he's got no idea about where Icy's coming in from, but he doesn't need to. No, actually, he's overthought it. He thinks that Icy's coming in for the Palace flank. Icy's got positioning. It needs to be the no-scope, the quick scope. Instead, Vark bringing them their first T-side round.
That almost looked like it was a done deal from Uzbekistan. But a neat little clutch for Saudi Arabia to still try and pull things together. I mean, I'm not very optimistic still, because even this round was so hard fought. But you know, maybe if we've got all the ingredients, you know, the declining economy for the CT side, and then you've got, you know, maybe Saudi Arabia can show something new on the T side instead of being concrete. Oh, hold that thought. Detroit. It's quite a bit of information being given up by the CT side as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a reaction towards the B-bomb site, but surprisingly enough, nothing comes off the back of a 3 versus 3 standoff on middle.
Leroy. Question is, does he know this position from IC? IC loves playing this far left wall angle to come through. He then generally likes to ask for Aoki, or in this case Frog, to try and get aggressive from behind connector and then be the second player to swing out and look for frags. Frog, though, as he found one, will be okay with just retreating. Wetfi traded as well in the meanwhile. IC yet to reveal himself. Now it might be time for him to do so. Gets the one, gets the two, and it's Saudi Arabia to take a knee in their last gun round that they were going to get.
Things are about to get incredibly scrappy now. And I mean, in all fairness, the players we were expecting to have the impact, the double oppers, right? Even though the ops weren't doing much, they still ended up having
a lot of these
impact.
are empty calorie numbers. We can't look at the numbers is what it is. A lot of these are, hey, last player alive, you get 2 kills and die, right? It's not impact.
Fair enough.
Just the nature of the role, right? IC to go down initially, Viking to be the one to deliver. And still keeping an eye out for what VAR could do with that scout on the other side of the map. He is actually choosing to retreat back. Saudi Arabia unable to get a player inside window in all of the chaos. It looked like that might have been a priority for them, but Pistol can't do so. Cyclone on the other side is being toyed with by the MP9. Frock happy to keep re-peeking even after he's taken one shot off that scout.
HP is pretty low across the board for the CT side. I mean, Wetfi and Manticore are still within 1 headshot territory, so...
No head armor, though, does make it a lot harder on the T side.
Yeah, this MP9 is as good as an AK.
Maybe even better with the fire rate. Who knows? Saudi, though, it's time to see whether they've still got any fight left in them. Viking on just 7 HP. CTs have got utility aplenty as well. Frog wants to be the man to take first contact. Will do so. There's the head guard. Backs off. Flashbang out over. He wants to keep fighting. Leroy gets one, but he's sidelined by Kangshay, and Redfire will close it all. That is all she wrote. Beautiful stuff coming through, as it is just a wonderful display from Uzbekistan, bodying the hometown heroes.
Just a very, very one-sided affair. I mean, there were moments where you thought, okay, that game plan from Saudi could work out. Some key moments, a few kills here and there, but nothing to really write home about. And yeah, there's just very little to say about this, right? Uzbekistan, through and through, they were looking incredibly solid.
Yeah.
And nothing but domination.
Wetball came here to play. He was looking fantastic throughout, you know, between him and Kansha. And Kansha is not a player who I actually thought would be performing that well. But to see him just coming out in a blaze of glory like that is wonderful. this is a team that is very much going to be contending for actually maybe even winning out the Asian Championship. They're looking very deadly. We haven't seen everything from them because they've not needed to bring it out either. Saudi was not able to bring the fight to them. They weren't contesting them in the middle. It's something you talked about a lot. But the point still is, this is a pool of water. We do not know how deep it is. We just know how deadly.
Yeah, one of the big question marks in the qualifiers, right, is that somebody might think, oh, you know, they were able to eke out a win against Kazakhstan, so it could be a fluke, could be whatever. But now that they've come here on land, they've not even had to use a fraction of the power that they used against Kazakhstan, right?
Yeah.
It has been a very one-sided affair in most of their games. And yeah, I think this trend could continue until they actually face some of the top dogs within the circuit.
And especially considering they're now 3-0 in the group, right? So now they're competing for being the top of the group, which most likely with the way the Group B is shaping out means that you're trying to not play up against Mongolia, or you're most likely going to get either Palestine or Indonesia, depending on how their matches go for the rest of the day as well. So if they can beat Vietnam as well later on today, that would be massive. Uzbekistan is looking deadly. They're looking like a force. Unfortunately for Saudi Arabia, I can't say the same about them because, like you said, that plan looked like a gimmick, but let me tell you why it looked like a gimmick. It looked like a gimmick because they're buying the wrong things for the plan they're going for. You don't buy nades if you want to double up on Mirage. You need flashes. You need flashes. You need flashes because you have to enable your rifles to peek out. You have to enable your rifles to refrag, and you have to rely on your operators to just take them down. Nades aren't that useful over there.
Yeah, and I think they were kind of getting tunnel vision into the optics of what the play was, right? If you're going for a double upset or if you're going for the push, they are entirely tunnel visioned on the push itself. You have to think about the entire system, right? Where the flash is coming from. What are the other teammates doing to enable that push to happen? Is everybody else playing passive to account for the fact that there's a push and that there's going to be a big gap in the information? That's all of those pieces missing means that two pushes could be identical, but only one of them works.
And this actually puts Saudi on 2-2, which puts them in a position where qualification could be iffy, depending on things like round difference and the like. Of course, they're helped out by the fact that Iran is now 0-2, but if Iran is able to win out their remaining 2 games today, there is a world where perhaps this could be a tiebreaker situation that doesn't favor them. And so, right, it's a far-fetched one because Iran's been struggling themselves. I think they're 0-2 right now, and they've got some pretty difficult opponents in Uzbekistan still left. But if Iran fluke wins out versus Uzbekistan, then India is all they've got left. Honestly, this is slightly dangerous for Saudi. They've got to be rooting for Uzbekistan, funnily enough, to actually come through and beat Iran as well later on today.
Yeah, and when it gets to the tiebreaker, right, it's actually looking very iffy for Saudi Arabia because when they've lost, they haven't really gotten too many rounds either, right? If you're having close games, then you can kind of relax, like, okay, we're favored in the tiebreaker. But no, that was such a one-sided game that the tiebreaker is going to be a massive question mark.
Yeah, round difference can be very rough in that way. If you're losing hard, then you're just going to be having a very hard, very difficult time as well moving forward. Now, obviously, for Saudi, it shouldn't be too much of an issue because realistically, I don't see Iran being able to beat Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan looks fantastic right now. And might I just tell you, this isn't even their best map. Ancient is undoubtedly their best map. They've played it so often that I'm getting worried about these best of threes, that when we get to that point, Uzbekistan, you're looking at a team that's very potent on Ancient, not a map that a lot of teams on the other side of the bracket are going to be first banning. And they've got Mirage in their back pocket, and they're fine with playing Inferno. This could be some 2-0s even later on.
Yeah, it's a super well-rounded team, right? And you don't really expect that, but that's one of the advantages we were talking about earlier. A team that has played season after season together, that's the team that is going to be comfortable in playing with the nooks and crannies of Counter-Strike, right? They're not just going for, oh, let's just go for the basic maps, let's rely on our bans. No, they are comfortable because they've had all of that tenure together. They're comfortable with playing all the uncomfortable maps. They're the type of team that has the time budget to actually practice something like Anubis at all. Because when you've been together for this long, you're like, okay, we've got the basic research done on most maps, so we've got the time budget. We can extend into the nooks and crannies. So this is something that is really going to favor Uzbekistan.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be a really big dark horse that no one saw coming, because everyone was talking to me about how, yeah, Saudi is definitely going to be an option. Maybe Vietnam coming in from this group, especially with the strong start that they had. Very few people actually came through and were thinking about, hey, Uzbekistan could genuinely come through, come top 2, maybe even top 1 for this tournament. With the way they're playing, you can absolutely see it, especially because Mongolia showed weakness earlier on. Uzbekistan, they're feeling themselves, man. Right now, they should be, and I don't blame them for that in the slightest. I think the next game we've got coming up is, however, Iran versus Vietnam, and that's obviously one where it's going to be incredibly important for the fate of Saudi Arabia as well.
Yeah, and I mean, while we're on the subject of Vietnam, right? Vietnam has also been kind of, I wouldn't say in the same boat as Uzbekistan, but also a bit of a surprise, right? Because heading into it, I don't think Vietnam's expectations were all that high. I mean, yes, they've got individuals that are quite up there within their region, but they've also definitely come out swinging.
Yeah, they were definitely a team that we were thinking could maybe be the third seed to go through, you know, towards the lower bracket and the like. But yeah, this Group A has been looking incredibly deadly with the faces that are coming through. The idea that Saudi is going to be potentially qualifying through on the 3rd place is insane to me. Group B was looking like the group of death, but right now it does look like it maybe wasn't all along.
Yeah, and you talked about Uzbekistan being a dark horse, right? And there were whispers in the olive branch before about Uzbekistan potentially being a solid team, but as soon as the qualifiers happened, that's when we kind of started to get an idea like, okay, Kazakhstan, incredible region, they're the ones that are in trouble against Uzbekistan. For a second there, it kind of felt like their worst opposition was actually in the qualifiers and not in the main event itself. And this kind of reminds me of, you know, for example, the Indian female team. They had a much more difficult time qualifying for this tournament from India itself, because there's such a local competitive scene among the females as well, that they had all of their tough matches. They were super warmed up, and then they get to the main qualifiers and they're like, oh, this is kind of easy.
Oh, yeah.
In the same way, Uzbekistan against Kazakhstan, lots of practice. Over here, they're kind of coasting by.
I mean, even if you look over towards the majors, right, you see similar trends over there. The European RMR is probably the most difficult tournament of the year, right? It's so cutthroat, and that's what we're feeling like over here. It might just be the case with Central Asia. Honestly, I kind of wish that Kazakhstan was here as well at this point, considering how good Uzbek is looking. But regardless, it's going to be a really interesting time as we move forward to the playoffs, because at the end of the day, whatever we say over here, it is best of ones.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking about, right, is the fact that there's only one team qualifying from that qualifier, right? The fact that we missed out on Kazakhstan, and it's something that we were like really happy about when we looked over towards the qualifier that Palestine qualified from, because, you know, had we not seen both Iran and Palestine here, considering that they've gone 16-14 against each other, it would have been really disappointing.
Yeah.
So it's disappointing in the same way, where you would want Kazakhstan to have that second chance against their qualifier rivals by having two teams qualify. But I mean, it's as cutthroat as it gets, right? Like you mentioned, kind of like the European RMRs.
Hey man, if you're qualifying through, though, I'm sure next year is going to be different. That's what it's all about, just making sure that your country is making a mark in it. Obviously, North Macedonia were the champions last year, and they end up being direct qualifiee as a result of that as well. So this is just some absolutely massive stuff to come forward.
Oh, yeah. Now, of course, we do want to talk a little bit about the next match coming up, right? So, any thoughts on that, Iran versus Vietnam?
Well, listen, I've got to say that that's going to be a very interesting one. I think that Iran, Vietnam, both of these teams come through with some very impressive individual players. Zyron on Iran is someone who I've been keeping an eye out for in particular. His op can be very deadly. But in the meanwhile, we've actually got an interview over from the Uzbek side. Let's take a look at what they have to say.
Well, ladies and gentlemen and viewers around the world, first of all, congratulations to Uzbekistan. صراحة مباراة جدا حامية.
أكيد مباراة كانت جدا حامية، ونقدر نقول لهم ألف مبروك منتخب أوزبكستان يقدرون يفوزون في هذه المواجهة ضد منتخب المملكة العربية السعودية. فحابين نسأله سؤال بسيط. I want to say congratulations. How do you feel when you got first match of the day?
Well, I really feel proud of my teammates. So I think this game is unpredictable. Everything depends on many factors, but today we were stronger.
يو شوف كيف الإجابة كيف كانت. أكيد كانوا داخلين بطاقة جدا قوية أخوي براء.
Apparently, pretty much you went in with full force, but now, any preparations for the coming matches?
of course, we will prepare. I think that we will keep up, and thank you for your support, and that's it.
Well, in that regards, anything you want to say back home to your friends and family, even in your own language?
Привет, мама и папа, если вы смотрите это. Передаю вам привет и спасибо за вашу поддержку.
Well, that was beautiful. وجيه الموضوع عندك.
هو المفروض انه يكون عندنا مترجم عشان اللي قاله،
بس
ولكن تبين فرحته بعد ما فازوا بهذه المباراة، وصراحة أبذلوا مجهود، ومثل ما سمعنا قاعدين يحافظون على انهم يحافظون على مستواهم اكثر واكثر عشان تكون تجهيزاتهم للمباريات الجاية. ولكن اعزائي المشاهدين خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية للمباريات اللي بعدها.
You're absolutely right. We're going to have a little break. We'll be back with more hype taking place right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. See you after the break.
حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى بعد نهاية أول مباراتين في هذا اليوم في لعبة CSGO من بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية، وكلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين أن نبدأ على المباراة الثالثة لهذا اليوم.
يعطيك العافية وجيه, you're absolutely right. 2 matches and now we're heading to the third. So far it's been nothing but hype and excitement, and I know it's going to escalate even to higher levels right here in the Asian Championship. So I guess we're ready to call in the first team.
أكيد كلنا جاهزين أخوي براء، أنا والجمهور أيضا جاهزين لهذه المباراة.
يلا عيل نبتدي, and ladies and gentlemen, now calling in the first team taking place right here in the third match. Let's hear it for Vietnam.
تحية قوية لمنتخب فيتنام. أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، منتخب فيتنام جايين له في المباراة الثالثة بكامل تجهيزاتهم، ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب إيران.
And let's hear right now for their competitors. Let's hear for Iran.
منافسة قوية تجمع منتخب فيتنام ضد منتخب إيران، وكلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين أن نشوف هذه المباراة. فأعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نتوجه لأخواني المعلقين عشان نبدأ ونشوف المباراة الحماسية.
You are absolutely right. Vietnam going against Iran. What's going to happen? We'll see that right now in this coming match. And now we're going to pass it on to our casters.
Thank you so much for bringing it back in, and we're going to be bringing it back in for some more fantastic Counter-Strike. Joining us again, this is the Game is 8 IESF Asian Championship. I'm T-Time, bringing you all the action with none other than my main man himself. Sorry, it's you actually this time. My bad. It's for us. Well, there you have, bro. But no, for us, obviously, we're going to be coming back in with a fantastic matchup from Group A. We've already just seen one, and it's time for a second to come through. It's Iran, it's Vietnam, and I mean, there's so much to say about these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, Vietnam, bit of a dark horse, right? Heading into this, not really the most well-known names ever, but heading into this tournament, they've been able to win out their first 2 games very comfortably. Iran, on the other hand, they have quite a bit of oomph behind their name as well. Yeah. I mean, Iran is sort of a superstar roster, and I think it's the perfect way to represent a country if you're going to do it with a mixed lineup, because, I mean, they've got such incredible names in there, and I think the one that stands out the most is Iran, right? Because he's that standout player. He's been at the top of the Irani scene, face it ranked #1 as well within Iran, and he is a top AWP player. So, I mean, if you're going to have a mixed team to represent the country, this is the one.
I actually think that Iran is maybe less of a super team, and it's maybe a little bit more of a well-constructed team where everyone knows their roles very well, because you're looking at the big 3 players that they've got, you know, Zeron, Dantic, and Amin. These are the guys who've got the firepower. These are the guys who've got pretty much just the raw mechanics and the raw aim. And then the other 2, which is Rashness and Mind, and I'll be honest, Mega Man, it's spelled weirdly. So, you know, we'll figure out how to pronounce it in the game as well. But these guys are playing more of the role positions. They're playing a little bit more supportive in that regards. And Iran is similar to Uzbekistan in some ways. But before we talk about Iran a bit more, I do want to talk about the dark horses, the giddy up of Vietnam itself, because this has got some familiar faces in there as well. For me personally, I'm quite familiar with Hatred as well as High Rambo and Talent. I won't lie to you, I know nothing about the remaining 2 players, Frosty and Cage. I have seen very little of outside of some online qualifiers here and there. I don't really know how much I can quantify their individual prowess.
And that's honestly one of the things that is both working against them and for them, right? And I mean, I know you're a research and numbers heavy guy, right? I know you crunch the numbers like the nerd you are. And if you, like you mentioned about one of the earlier teams, if you haven't been able to watch these games, if you haven't been able to watch these players, then there's probably not a whole lot of data about them to begin with, right? And if you've already set the benchmark that you're winning games in this tournament, then you've proven, okay, we are a good team, and now we can take advantage of the one thing that the opponents don't have, and that is data about us, right?
Yeah.
So they've got the firepower, they've been able to win games, and now they are that sort of mystery that has been shrouded in terms of what their gameplay is going to look like. So that's going to work for them, Teton.
Yeah, it should, at the very least, theoretically, that's what we're hoping for. But at the same time, let's also look at Iran, because Iran, like I said, the three players in the middle, Zero, Amin, and Dantic, those are your big boys, those are your big three, those are your big trio. And Rashnus, Megan, they've got some fantastic ability to run in when they're asked to, right? And that's not something you should take lightly, because they will go in regardless of the utility on the other side. They will go in regardless of what the flashes are, Molotovs are. They could be blind, they could be burning, they could be inside smokes, all at the same time somehow. They would have broken Counter-Strike in trying to do so, but they will go. And when they go, if they're taken down, it's all up to Zeron, it's all up to Dante to try and refrag. Amin plays more for lurking sort of role, so he's able to take a lot of that space as well to try and push through. Honestly, I'm really surprised that this team is 0-2 so far. I genuinely think that this could be a run for 2-2. This could be a legitimate chance for them to actually still compete for that third seed despite their bad start.
Yeah, especially because, you know, you talked about how they're not exactly a super team, but I think the way they've structured their lineup, they're a super team done right. Like, instead of just getting the 5 best players theoretically, you get the 5 best players specific to their roles, right? And because of that, they're much deadlier on paper than a team that just has the best 5 players. But here's the kicker, right? Sure, you can have the best 5 role players, but that requires some time to cook. That needs all of that cohesion to come through so those roles can actually be fulfilled. So if you're thinking about the long-term outlook of the team, yes, that is going to be a fantastic roster to have, because when those roles start to click, it is going to be better than any potential super team you can put together. But the problem is, we're not here for the long haul. We're here for the national championship, which is going to conclude in Romania if they're able to qualify, right? So when you have this sort of short-term pressure, I'm not sure if this is the best pick. Do you just want all the rifles instead?
Look, World Esports Championship is obviously something that's going to be decided today. It's not even about, hey, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, a couple of days to try and warm. It's literally today. That's all you've got left. Playoffs are from tomorrow, and they have to step up and they have to bring what it takes. And you're right. I think firepower could be something that actually goes a long way. And I think Uzbekistan is actually demonstrating that. I don't believe that Uzbekistan necessarily has the best roles on that team. But the individuals are all just so damn good that it doesn't really matter. I think that's what, like, a true super team from a region can look like very often, is just the individuals popping off and teeing off and doing what they can. And unfortunately, for example, if you look over to the Saudi team that we just saw, it did have an identity. It did have the 2 players that they knew they wanted to shine. But unfortunately, an identity doesn't mean that you're actually going to win. It's Counter-Strike, baby. It's about shooting people in the head. And unfortunately, you do need a little bit of that. However, that being said, I don't want to take away from Rashnus and Megan. They're still skilled players. But the problem is only just going to be, can they adapt if that plan A fails?
Yeah, for sure. Now, on the side of Iran, right, they've had a slow start. But also, if you're talking about sort of an accelerated progression of role players settling into their roles, this is basically the only warm-up time they get, right? They've gotten a chance now to get these players up to speed. 2 matches. I'm not sure if it's going to be all the time in the world, to be perfectly honest. It's not enough to get everyone to start to have their cohesion going. So, I mean, if they can sort of have a quicker start now, maybe we can have a conversation about this, but at the pace they've been going at so far, unfortunately, this team could fall flat on its face before it gets the time to marinate to become the team that it's destined to be.
Well, why don't we actually go ahead and take a look at the veto right about here as well. Oh, wow, I got it perfectly. Nice. And obviously, Mirage is going to be what we end up settling in on. We've seen a lot of Mirage so far today. I don't think anyone should be surprised. And in particular for these 2 teams as well, Vietnam's got some fantastic individuals. Mirage is the kind of map that they've been playing a lot of, and they actually have a lot of structure on as well. And Iran, this is one of the few maps that they should be incredibly comfortable on, just on the play style of all of their big 3 players and how much they actually play these particular maps. So this is common territory. if you are Iran, this is the opponent that you want, Vietnam, where you can actually try and get a win of them. They lost to Saudi Arabia earlier on. They lost to Uzbekistan earlier on. You have to get a win over at least one of the stronger teams in this group.
Yeah, and I mean, talking a little bit about the veto, right? We've kind of seen teams so far in the best of ones shy away from anything that is unorthodox, like just entirely. I mean, obviously it's partially because best of ones allow you for that budget of map bans and all, just to be able to play the exact map that you want to almost. But it's a little disappointing to see that we haven't seen a combination of teams that both want to take it to Ancient, that both want to take it to something like Anubis, right? We've really just been seeing, what, Mirage and Inferno?
Right, so you're saying you want to see more than one map being played?
I mean, controversial take, but maybe?
I feel like, I'm going to have to marinate on that for a while. I think this is a little bit of advanced gaming that you're suggesting. I personally believe Mirage and Inferno is really the only map pools you should have, but hey, that's just me. And Vietnam taking away the knife, they will be able to start off on the CT side promptly so.
Third game of the day, third broadcasted game of the day, getting ready to go live now. Vietnam versus Iran. Vietnam on the CT side, Iran on the T.
Can you make up your mind on Iran or Iran, right? Like you're just switching from American to Asian, back to American, back to Asian. Man, come on.
Okay, listen, so I'm used to saying Pakistan like a Pakistani, but then Iran, I mean, not too sure on that.
Well, listen. Regardless of what it is, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to say their name quite a few more times if they want to actually go through. Rashness initially taking a couple of points of damage, doesn't really care too much about it. Full mid control given up by the CTs, and it is straight over to the A-bomb site. Smoke for jungle, and Rashness has found Cage. That is big. Lets him set up for what could be a later on flank as well. Coming in, Zeron has found High Rambo, and the A-bomb site is falling apart.
Vietnam, taking a nice shot from Talon. I mean, he does connect it eventually, but in a 2-on-4, chances are looking very, very slim. I mean, they've got the kit. Maybe Frostly can try to stick it out. Goes for a bit of a delay. No. Are they really missing their shots? Okay. Crisis averted. I mean, there's still 2 seconds on the budget, but still.
Interestingly enough, I saw Iran go for this exact same pistol run in the 2 demos of Mirage that I watched of them in, like, competitive play. So that's kind of on Vietnam. It's a little bit different, but whatever. It's still generally the same principle. They really like that jungle smoke. They really like trying to force players to actually contend with them through it, and then trying to set up for a lurking play. It's either Amin on the A-bomb side, if that's what it's going to be later on in the half as well, or sometimes it could be Rashness or Dantic back in the middle.
Just the pistols now, so should be a throwaway round.
Hey, I'll have you know, they've got the God of Lightning, Zeus, in their pockets. Hatred is getting ready to shoot it out.
Wow, crazy. And you notice the God of Lightning, you notice the Zeus, but you don't notice the cat picture that Frostly has. I mean, that has a lot more going for it in terms of giving them chances in this round, okay?
Gameplay, man. Gameplay. Come on.
Is that a photo of a cat being choked out? What am I even looking at?
I feel like I know it's an anti-eco, but we should probably not pay attention to the feline feelings that you are having. Megaman, or MN in this case. Mega MN, okay.
Megaman, Megaman, you're having the same issue as I did. Iran, Iran.
There isn't a consonant, rather a vowel. But regardless, Hatred at this point is not going to be able to use that Zeus at any given point. I hope that Iran doesn't actually go forward and try and chase this one down. Otherwise, it will be set up for a freebie. The problem with the Zeus in these situations is it is honestly just so useless. You can't save. You can't really get a gun and get away with it
It's
either.
called having a good
alone.
time, okay? Like, I mean, I know you're getting old, but come on.
The issue is, on a serious note, there's actually an issue with this. You're going to be ending up on $4,100 instead of $4,400 in the next round.
Was the Zeus not 200?
4,100 instead of 4,300. Oh, 4,200 instead of 44. Right. He's just on 4,200 now. That's actually very impactful, especially because he's gone for the full head armor. The lack of the single flashbang could actually come back to bite him, especially for a player who's trying to play in for the late rotate coming in from the B-bomb side. So I'm expecting Hatred to perhaps try and compensate and go aggressive. Oh man, Zeron, I'm a fan of this. I don't know if I believe it's the right thing, but I'm a really big fan of this from Zeron. He sometimes does this where he realizes he's not going to need flashes because he's just trying to go out first and Malice, and he will be going for the quick double swing in from the A main player as well. Zeron, however, can't get his spray under control, and Talon and Hatred are there to intercept and bring him down. They don't have the right player for the guns that are in the CT hands. Hatred has just got it all. The big triple. The lack of flashes from Iran and the 3 players coming out from Palace, it is telegraphed. That is, again, one of the strats that they just love to run. Vietnam's come in this with some research done.
Now, obviously, having fewer investments going into the round also allows Iran to continue to buy up time and time again, especially in terms of utility. So they have a bit more leeway in terms of the number of rounds they get to play because of that. Again, gets sprayed right through the smoke. Wow. AJ has a little one-way in the corner, and he's able to make quick work of 2. And things Iran might fall victim to this as well, and even if he doesn't, there's quite a bit of pressure on middle anyway, so nothing that Iran get away with.
Well, one-way smokes galore.
One thing I'm very glad is on the way out in CS2.
It's not, man. It's not.
Yeah, it really isn't, to be honest.
There's so many people who keep saying, oh my god, there's not going to be any more one-way smokes. That's just not true. People are going to figure it out. It's a game that's been very unexplored so far. We're going to have some sort of gimmicks like this because that's what Counter-Strike players do.
Yeah, I mean, maybe no. Even if it's not one-way smokes, there's going to be some kind of advantage. And yeah, that's a music kit.
I think that's a salsa. I don't know. I'm not good with music.
Heading into the 5th round now, Vietnam fully locked and loaded in terms of money, and Iran, of course, because they've gone for 2 shoddy buys together, they're going to be suffering economically while it not feeling the best. Getting ready for the meat grinder.
I'm wondering what MN wants to get done with this flashbang. Because the only way it really actually gives you anything over here is if the CTs are pushing out aggressively into middle for information and the like. And Vietnam's been surprisingly quite disciplined so far. They're very chill. They don't want to hunt for eco-frags. They're just happy to collect. Good things come to those who wait.
Yeah, in terms of getting information, Vietnam only really used that early flashbang to try and peek into middle from short, but other than that, they've been very careful about this. They realized that Iran went for 2 buys in a row, so they're really just looking to fight against Glocks anyway.
Yeah, it's Glocks or the Eagles. Either way, you don't really want to be pushing into them on individual players.
Yeah, the general idea is to play the same way against them.
I love the fact that they're maintaining such long distances, though. Oh, wow! Hatred is crisp right now. Hatred's obviously the player with the most recent ECL experience over the ESL Challenger League as well. I believe he was playing... God, I might actually be wrong about this. He might not have been with Nexka. He might have been with Moon Esports, but this is such a long time ago. I don't exactly remember where he did end up. Regardless, definitely a player who I have seen more of recently.
And this composure from Vietnam is kind of signifying how they've been able to keep their record clean so far in this group. The fact that they're not willing to compromise on the small details, right?
Speaking of compromises, already compromised is Iran. It's just a peek up from High Rambo now with the flashbang as well. Cage and Talent continue to rain down fire and lightning over in middle.
Yeah, before they get any words out, this conversation's pretty much already over. I mean, Amin voices something, but Cage is there to retaliate.
Vietnam is also a team. I don't know that many things about them though, because all I could find was their Facebook page. I know there are 5 players who've been playing together for a while, but all I could find was their Facebook page, and it was all completely in Vietnamese. So that was language barriers.
Fair enough. No, Vietnam is, I mean, characteristically, they're seeming like the opposite of a team like Indonesia, where Indonesia were basically dropping the ball every single time they were up against anti-ecos or all these sorts of interesting buys. Vietnam are keeping their composure all, like, across the board. Okay. Thought the Deagle would get a little bit more deadly there, but Hatred is able to keep it under check.
These individual peaks would and should be punished. But the problem is that Iran is now just struggling on an individual level as well. They're just not able to hold down the line, and they are being outgunned and outmuscled. You know what this looks like for us? This looks like a team that has been sick of playing on 100 ping for a very long time, saying, you know what? Now it's my turn. I'm going to take that wide swing. Come at me.
You know, like when Pakistani players who are like used to practicing on Europe, they play on LAN, or like if they play on like the Dubai servers, for the first 10 games, your aim just feels like you're smurfing, right?
Yeah.
And then you have to go back and play another 100 Europe games to be charged up for the next 10 games.
I mean, you're saying Pakistan, I think half of the teams in this region,
Yeah.
in this competition, have the same issue, right? Palestine, Uzbekistan, Iran to some extent. Everyone gets 100 ping on any server they play, so when they get the chance, then they're pumping iron. Zero now is on his favored weapon, though. He's a player who likes to get proactive, and right now he's watching out for the B-side jump spot. Frostly, however, is not delivering him anything of the sort. And I know I keep harping on about this, but it does seem like Vietnam's definitely done their homework. There were a couple of face-it demos from Team Iran playing in some domestic tournaments that were available. And a lot of the plays that they're going for now, they did go for over there as well.
I love that they're not playing static at all. They've switched around their positions every single time. This time around, there's no jump spot whatsoever. And Zerone, because he's slowly trying to creep up, he's waiting for anything to come his way. Vietnam's play just works out perfectly as a counter to that, and they've spent so much time here doing nothing. The only time they do have 2 players aggress, Dantic and Rashness, both get taken out.
Amin's lurk is also not going to be able to find anything. They've got 2 players here on this A-bomb side. Amin is actually fading away. Zeron finally gets a kill, but it won't matter. Hatred will have his teammate respawn on the other side of the map, and in the meanwhile, Zeron has been spotted. He will find Frostly, but not before he's already lost a teammate to him. 15 seconds, he has to save.
Yeah, you can tell that Zeron really wanted to get proactive, but he's treading that fine line of not being too aggressive to the point where he... does he lose his weapon here? Oh, expecting a second one, but no. Should be able to get away with it. But yeah, he's walking that tightrope where he doesn't want to over-aggress, doesn't want to be a liability for the team by dying early with the AWP. That's always a tough balance to find if you're playing the AWP on the T side. And it's a decent time for a timeout, to be honest. Like, they're trying to make sure that they can get things in check early in the game. They're not waiting for it to become an unrecoverable scoreline. AWP obviously being saved also allows them many more options in this round.
They have to buy.
Yeah, of course. They've got to buy around the AWP. There's almost no question.
You let Vietnam get to 7, and then you're in a position where Zeron potentially doesn't have an AWP in the next round as well. What's your win condition at that stage? The issue is that they're not actually able to get Amin activated in the slightest, because Amin relies very heavily on his teammates finding success and forcing rotations away. As does, in all fairness, every lurker. But Amin is generally a player who is very, very good at watching out for aggression from the CT sides on A. So if they're going in Palace, if they're going into A main, he's generally going to be able to find a duel. But the problem is Vietnam has no reason to do that, because they just win the duels in middle.
And look at how they continue to switch up their game plan. Before, they were playing a very passive setup over towards B. Now they're playing it relatively aggressive. They are quite okay with continuing to switch up their game plan even when it is working, because they realize that Iran are going to try and play a little bit reactively. Getting ready for an A-pop now. 3 in ramp and 2 in Palace. Getting past Gage will be tough.
There will be a lot more flashes this time, though, on the bright side. Zeron does have company in Palace as well. And Vietnam's players are very sparsely integrated across the map. They will not be here for a rotate. And now with the Molotov being shown off, Cage doesn't quite pull the trigger yet. Will find the kill regardless. Knows about the second as well. Wants to repeat forward. Rashness will find one. Emmet as well. Tags through, but he's traded. Frostly now in the bomb site. Cage is still alive. Trying to stay so inside the smoke, even trying to get out a couple of butt shots. They will not connect, and as he jumps backwards, Rashness has heard it. Cage needs to pull out the AWP and fast, but he might be out of bullets at this point. That's why he's on the USB. Rashness could be shot down to the head with just the one bullet. And Cage is definitely thinking about aggressing. He's moving forward. He is not maintaining static position. Both players. I think that might... Did he see the barrel?
This is so well played by Cage. No, he didn't. And this completely cuts off his opportunity at going towards B. He's got the... he got the crosser on the head, but he just misaligns when he clicks. And that's enough time for Rashness to be able to get the bomb down. 3 kills already for the man. And he's going to have to make it a 4K to scrape together this round for Iran. Rambo, though, he's got a diffuse kit, he's got all the utility in the world, he's got the money to fall back onto. This is prime win conditions for him to go for this 1 versus 1, being very meticulous in checking these angles, and he's got the HP advantage as well. Smoke to bait him out. Rashness is going to be incentivized into peeking. Taking a sweet time. Molotov is there. Rashness knows exactly where he's planted, but I think if he takes a little too long, 0.125 seconds is the difference. But Iran, they're able to get a third.
That's really impressive stuff coming out from Rashness. It even looked like Vietnam played it incredibly well. Cage dotting and diving between the smokes did find so much, just 2 kills and really set up perfectly for the third as well. And despite Rashness and MN finding a few frags on the side itself, it felt like it was game over.
You really have to appreciate Cage's AWP presence there, right? The fact that he's anticipating the jump spot from the Palace position as well, waiting for a second player to peek out to try and fight stairs. Just played it beautifully individually, but then, it just comes down to Rashness to be able to fight it back.
I think Frosty also didn't actually get the comms that Cage was out of bullets, which is why he felt so comfortable trying to fight out in the open, wasn't moving anything like it as well. Meanwhile, Cage is trying to pull out his USB in the smoke and whatnot, and that small moment of chaos actually gives Rashness the window to make the 1v3 work out for him. Wow, Zeron is getting so aggro.
Trying to take matters into his own hands. They are starting to get mid-control. But up against Vietnam, they've got 3 players at the ready as well to peek out at any given moment. Tiny little window here. Cage has done it before, and he thinks he wants to do it again.
What is Hatred up to? Playing the A-side anchor this time over. He's been such a dynamic factor within this lineup. Largely, the spots have been very fluid from the Vietnam side. Boost up, back into short. They're trying to find an opening, and Talon thought he had a bit of protection because of that boost, but MN is actually completely protected by the utility.
Oh, does he not see him? Rambo, I think he might be getting 4 by 3 because he didn't spot the jump up. Did get spotted in return, though. Still a 4-on-4. HB kind of looking similar on both squads as well. Amin wants to try an aggressive connector, though. Cage, it's one with the leg shot, nearly connects the no-scope. But that is the difference between stopping them and allowing them to get this bomb site. Hatred, though, it is time for him to respond. Sees the player on the boost up, misses the shot, and it's time for the 2 versus 3 retake. Do they even want to negotiate this?
I don't think they should. Position given up for both players. Frostley has made steps, and now they've even got no choice about it. Rashness can just try and move in with the flank. Rambo, if he was considering just saving the AWP, this is still perhaps something that makes some semblance of sense, but I have a feeling Rashness can just take him down regardless, and that's exactly what happens. The AWP is now out, and so is the M4 that he could have saved otherwise. Frostley, other side of the AWP of Zeron, now will fall Iran up to 4.
A couple rounds ago, you were talking about how they had to buy around the AWP to stop Vietnam from getting to 7, from putting them in a position where Zeron doesn't get multiple AWP buys out. And that's exactly what they've done. Iran, they have started to build the win conditions to claw their way back into this game. And that tactical timeout worked out beautifully. Now keep in mind, Iran have a bit of leeway as well. If they get past this round, then they get to chill for a bit. Vietnam, their economy is going to break down. They get to add a round to the tally and also have to fight against a much less potent gun round beyond that point. So tying up the scoreline is looking very doable. And, you know, with Vietnam already having won 2 games, like, a part of me is kind of rooting for Iran because we know that they've had, with the potential they have, they've kind of gotten a bad hand in the first couple of games, right? They definitely dropped the ball there, and obviously there's no excuses for that. But you would like to see them battle it out against the top dogs.
B-bomb site set up for Iran this time over, and to get to the top dogs, you've got to move past Cage, who's aggressively positioned. Repeats back out over, no flashes needed. And he's going to be holding on for even more. The flash will not connect. Cage is doing it all on his own. He is looking stunning right now. Only 1 casualty. It is Zeron to deliver that, but it will not matter. 7-4. Vietnam keep 4 alive, and that economy is going nowhere.
It was very important for Iran to carve themselves out an easier half by stopping Vietnam right now. To make that bifickle, to pave the way for themselves to a potential 8th.
These Deagles need to find a lot over here. Rashna starts off very strong, had a chance for a second, will not be able to capitalize on it.
Beautiful work by Rashness. I mean, you said the Deagles need to find something, but I mean, in spirit, a scout is just a Deagle with a scout. Nice shot from Dantic. That is a bit of an opener, and in a 3 versus 4 with a scout rifle that's popping off and 3 Deagles, we can definitely have a nice argument here to be made.
Rambo is going to be everything. Hatred is locked out Amin. That was expected, but Rambo's unable to find the frags. It's Dantic to reset. Now, with Frost Lee finding the bomb, they still maintain a chance. But Dantic has recovered an op. Rashness, we already saw that scout popping off. Can he get the flick? No, he can't connect. And with his position given up, the fact that he doesn't have Kevlar, his HP being where it is, round got a whole lot more difficult.
Again, he doesn't even have to look at both angles. The smoke is going to make it so much easier. Both players have doubled up. Rashness.
Could be a collateral.
Yeah, it could be, but this AWP has to be the one to do it. It doesn't happen, and Vietnam get away with an 8th.
They're so intent on Dantic taking the first peek because they're worried about the scout not getting a shot unless it's to the head, that they end up setting in a position where now the collateral can't happen. Now you don't really have a chance to reposition. You've given them the vertical double peek, which is literally impossible to win out on if the enemy team doesn't just whiff 10 bullets. Oh no. That's not the plan. Talon took the op for that very reason. He had the spawn for it. Rambo flashes himself as well.
Okay, so Vietnam, their initial plans to have that aggressive AWP simply doesn't end up working out, so they go for a bit of a more passive setup. Bomb left all the way back by Iran as they try to figure out what they're going to do because they want to play off the back of the mid-round. Cage, in the meantime, this is the variation they've added this time around. They've sent a player into Palace, and this is something that Vietnam have been consistently doing. They've not been changing the whole game plan, but they're okay with changing a few cogs in the system every single time to maintain that unpredictability. Now, of course, that push from Palace has also allowed 2 players to start creeping out.
This is just fallen apart. So much space is being given up to Vietnam, and I have to say that I was praising Amin for being very good at stopping plays like this, but unfortunately, he's the last one alive. The bomb is in their spawn, and there's effectively no way for him to do anything. Hatred and Cage are on 14 and 15 kills, respectively.
Yeah, and not a single person has broken double digits on the side of Iran. wrestling with double digits now for Vietnam. They've gotten a massive advantage already. They've got the money in order as well, so the next couple of rounds are going to be... I mean, yeah, they're going to have a gun round.
This is a faster play out towards short, if I'm not wrong. No, they're actually trying to collect inside connector and pop through. Hatred's on the other side of this one. Do they have any flashes? The CTs, they won't need it. Hatred, good for the one, traded away too quick. Cage, defensive position in CT will net him one, and the smoke down meant he looked for another, but he went fishing for guppies and he found sharks instead. MN and Zeron finding kill after kill. It's just Frost Lee left.
Potentially stopping the double digits from happening. Frost Lee coming in from CT spawn, though, to try and isolate the duel, but the 8K is too quick for him. 5 rounds now for Iran. And this is still a respectable T-side if they can put that next round together on the board. I mean, throw in that next round, add in a pistol round from the CT side, and suddenly Iran could be in the advantage, actually. Vietnam looked very dominant, but some of the individuals from Iran popping off has definitely... Oh, yeah. I mean, it's mostly just been a Rashness show, right? Like, he had the 4K earlier. He had the impact in the previous round.
Yeah, triple kill in the previous round as well. As far as hitting multi-kills in rounds goes, Rashness is the man right now.
Watch what Vietnam is doing. They're getting a little bit more exploratory now. They realize they can't allow Iran to just have all the space in the world. High Rambo, though, has been taken off the server.
He's been trying to go for that play a few times over and hasn't actually found too much success. Before this, though, it's been in the aim department, just missing out on a couple of kills here and there because he whiffs a few shots. But Cage, there's that scoping sound. That is very much a nutty moment.
Very unorthodox angle to take with the AWP, of course. Very difficult to check for as well.
Also the barrel just sticks out all the time.
Yeah, super high-risk play, but if you can get it done, then more power to you. Still double AWPs on the Vietnam squad. Jump spots from Talon to try and get early information conveyed to call in the rotations, but there's only one defender on the A site, so they will have to give this bomb site up unless this AWP can be trained on the angle in time.
The defensive setup from Vietnam on the A-bomb site, Anchor, is actually ending up finally playing out against them. But the problem is that there was a Molotov, not a smoke. Cage gets a chance to drop the bomb, and now he knows it is down. Very much so knows that Iran will go for the retrieval attempt. It will be
20
unable.
seconds.
The time is against him. The numbers are against him. Rashness again. He's the only one in their court. MN as well gets the kill needed to pick up the bomb and get it down. Rashness has done it again. Still one last player to deal with. Cage all alone. Both players vertical angle. Rashness will close. Another triple. 6 for Iran.
This has been an all Rashness show, and he has been releasing episode after episode to keep Iran alive. And keep in mind, Iran have not had a great start to this tournament. They need this game.
I mean, Rashness is on 15 kills now. He was on, I mean, 9 just a few rounds ago.
I mean, heading into this game, you were talking about how the trio is going to have to be Zeron, Dantic, and Amin, right?
Yeah.
But it's Rashness out of the shadows.
He is a trio. He's all 3 players. He just sacrificed 3 for the power of 1, and honestly, I think this might be a trade I'm okay with.
Vietnam now going for a bit of a going for a bit of a split style of play, allowing 2 players to move in from connector while 3 start to get exploratory from ramp. Min backing off, waiting for them to walk into the crosshairs of their own before he starts to reintroduce himself into the battle. Smoke to allow them to move through, but Vietnam should be sprawling on the bomb site in no time. Bomb starting to get planted now. It's going to have to be the 5-on-5 retake, T-Don.
They've got a smoke, not the double flashes that are normally going to be accompanying the 5-on-5 retake attempts into the A-bomb site. And Rashness is actually quite far away. He's trying to hold on for a murder hole push that could potentially come his way. Frost Lee, first man to reveal. And High Rambo will be doing so as well very soon. Amin is on the bomb. He is trying to stick in. Rashness, good for another kill. Might have actually bought the time necessary. Amin! That one extra kill from Rashness just provides the chaos necessary for them to turn around and turn away from Amin. Iran will find that 7th.
Yeah, that kill is everything. Just enough chaos being created for there to be a distraction. And the fact that Amin went for yet another tap on the bomb in the midst of the chaos that they're not able to hear the second time, because he goes tap on the bomb, shoots a bullet, goes back on the bomb that they just can't recognize immediately. So they're not super worried about it.
So by the way, shout out to Amin. Recognizes that he's going 3 and 16 right now, so he's probably not going to be getting any kills. Just goes for the defuse. My man knows his strengths and weaknesses.
Great openers from Zeron though with the AUG as well. That's 2 players being whittled down, and if they can close out this round, suddenly Iran have a massive advantage going into the rest of this game.
What a guy. Dantic even finds Hatred, and Iran is setting up for maybe even keeping all 5 players alive. It's actually really impressive, the fact that Zeron is confident enough to buy the AUG, because he has to sacrifice head armor for it, and you're expecting Galils to be coming out of the other sides. That's how confident he is in his own AUG, and maybe, honestly, you can see why. 4 kills coming out with a weapon in a round you don't really expect it to be featuring him. And honestly, this is going to be doing wonders for their economy if they don't lose too many players. The Eagles right now keep the 3 big rifles alive. Iran is in a great spot to keep on buying Zeron the op. Though with the performance he's having on the AUG, I don't know if he needs it. Vietnam. Not really venturing out too far. They're just hoping that Iran actually gets aggressive right now and falls prey to the Eagles, but Iran is taking aggressive positions, yes, but they're not actually going into enemy territory. With the amount of util they have left, I don't really blame them for it. I mean, long range, Thomas not really the best at that position. High Rambo can just stake him down, and it's Hatred to find a second kill. This is getting expensive for the CT side, and the question is how much more expensive will it be? The bomb cannot be planted courtesy of a great Molotov that will prevent it from transferring over, and Zeron and company will just bring it all down. Dantic does lose out 1 more teammate, so honestly, that's a 1 round from Vietnam's perspective. They get 3 kills, they're forcing a lot of rebuys to go on, and they're stretching the CT economy to the point where now, if Iran loses this, that's a 0 loss bonus and very little money.
Yeah, incredible work being done with just the pistols, and for a second there, it kind of looked like it could even be a conversion if the right deagle shot connected at the right time. Getting ready for middle aggression, though. Not really making the full commitment to it just yet. It's High Rambo with a solitary flashbang and smokes to go for him. Trying to pre-fire that AWP. There's a corner in the smoke that might be exploited by CT. Grashness knows that he can peek out from the corner. But the T-side smoke completely denies all vision. Dantic, position given up. Has a great weapon to tunnel vision onto it. Zeron over towards short. Hasn't gotten a chance to be relevant just yet, but will be a problem as they start to move up connector because they'll have to account for him.
They are setting up for an A-side collapse, but they don't have the bomb, so Talon's going to end up being the one to try bringing it over. He is only on 2 HP. So if anything goes wrong and the bomb is actually dropped towards the back of the bomb site while they're trying to execute, this is going to make it very difficult for Vietnam to get it down. Talon realizes that as well. It's top connector smoke that is being lined up, if I'm not wrong. No, it's a deep jungle smoke, actually, lined up, and that separates out the connector players. But Dantic takes the chance to get aggressive. Cage is too late. He cannot find the frag. It's Hatred and Talon to connect, but they're not feeling too healthy either. Talon finally taken down. And Hatred, he never had a chance. Wasn't aware of the fact that MN was still on the B bomb site, and the late push in from the catwalk area